disturbed. Alanda's voice trembled as she read aloud. The shadow art, a relic capable of controlling darkness itself, is hidden within the treacherous whispering caves. A chill ran down Kale's spine. He had heard tales of those caves, where echoes of ancient battles still resonated. As Elend finished deciphering the ancient text, Cal stepped closer, his eyes reflecting concern. The whispering caves. They say even shadows fear to tread there, he murmured. A distant rumble echoed through the forest, as if the very woods agreed with his ominous words. Elend looked up, determination etched in her features. Then we shall face that fear and bring light to darkness once more. Ah. In the heart of Eldholt's ancient forest, Elend and Cal set off towards the whispering caves, the mystic scribe, clutching the precious tome under her cloak. The forest grew denser, darker, as if the trees themselves sensed their destination. As they ventured deeper, the air grew colder, heavier with an ancient malevolence that made even Cal's arrows tremble in his hand. Elend paused, her breath misting in the frigid air, and whispered a spell of protection around them. The shadows here, they're alive, she murmured, feeling their malevolent gaze. A distant echo of laughter reached their ears, sending shivers down Kale's spine. He turned to Elendi, his eyes reflecting the growing darkness. We should hurry, he urged, before the caves claim us entirely. As Elend and Kale approached the yawning maw of the whispering caves, the weight of ancient dread pressed down upon them. Elend took a deep breath, her heart pounding as she stepped into the darkness, the tome clutched tightly in her hand. Behind her, Kale paused, his eyes searching the shadows before he too entered. An arrow knocked on his bow. The cave walls seemed to close in around them, damp and cold, echoing with whispers that sent shivers down their spines. Alanda's voice wavered as she attempted to decipher the runes etched into the stone. These, they're not just echoes. They're warnings. Ah. In the heart of the whispering caves, Elendi's voice echoed as she translated the ancient runes, their meaning sending waves of unease through Kale. The shadow art, it feeds on fear, she whispered, her breath visible in the frigid air. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the cave, extinguishing their torch and plunging them into utter darkness. Kale's grip tightened on his bow, feeling for an arrow as Elenda's voice trembled. We're not alone. Ah! As Cal's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw Elenda's form swaying, her breath ragged. She was fighting off unseen forces, her voice a whisper as she recited protective spells. The shadow art. It's trying to stop us, she gasped. Suddenly, a spectral hand burst from the wall, grasping for her throat. Cal lunged, interposing himself between Elend and the apparition, his arrows flying through the ethereal form with no effect. Ah! In the heart of the whispering caves, Cal's arrows proved futile against the spectral assailant. Desperate, he called out, Elend, can you bind it? She nodded, flipping through the tome until she found a spell, her voice rising in a powerful incantation. As the spectral hand recoiled from Elenda's light, Cal seized the opportunity and drove his blade into the shadowy form, dispelling it with a haunting scream. As Elend and Cal delved deeper into the whispering caves, the air grew colder still, and the whispers more insistent. Suddenly, Elend stopped, her eyes wide with realization. These aren't just echoes, she whispered. They're voices, trapped here by the shadow art. A chill ran down Cal's spine as he heard the despair in those disembodied cries. We must find it and free them, Elend declared, resolve burning in her eyes. As Elendi's words echoed through the caves, Cal felt a shiver run down his spine, not just from the cold but also from the weight of their mission. He turned to her, concern etched in his eyes. "Are you sure about this, Elende? We don't know what else lies ahead." She met his gaze, determination burning within her. "We've come this far, Kale. We can't turn back now." Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and a deep rumble echoed through the caves. A massive boulder, dislodged by their presence, tumbled towards them. Cal pushed Elend out of harm's way, taking the brunt of the impact as it struck him, sending him crashing into the cave wall. "Sue." Elend rushed to Kale's side, her heart pounding as she examined his injury. "Kale, can you hear me?" His eyes fluttered open, filled with pain but also determination. "I'm fine," he grunted, pushing himself up. "We must keep moving." As they continued, the caves narrowed, the weight of the earth pressing down upon them. Suddenly, a narrow opening revealed itself, leading into a vast chamber, where an eerie glow emanated from a pulsating orb, the Shadow Art. Elend gasped, feeling its dark power resonate within her. Elend approached the Shadow Art, her heart pounding in sync with its dark rhythm. Cal stood guard at the entrance, his eyes scanning the chamber for any hidden dangers. As Elend reached out to touch the orb, a wave of cold energy surged through her, and she gasped. "It's alive, and it knows we're here." Behind them, the narrow opening they'd passed through began to close, sealing them in with an ominous rumble. Elendi's fingers trembled as she reached for the Shadow Art, feeling its cold power pulsate against her skin. Behind her, Cal braced himself, arrows nocked and ready, as the chamber rumbled ominously around them. "Be swift, Elend," he urged, his voice barely audible over the grinding stones. Elenda's fingers closed around the Shadow Heart, its cold power surging through her veins. She gasped, "It's fighting back." As the chamber trembled violently, sending Cal sprawling, he scrambled to his feet, knocking an arrow. "Hurry, Landy. I'll hold it off." Off. As he released the first arrow into the swirling shadows, they responded with a cacophony of whispers, their rage echoing through the chamber. As Elenda's grip tightened around the Shadow Art, Cal's arrows danced through the shadows, each one drawing an enraged howl from the trapped spirits. The air grew colder still, and Elenda's breath misted before her as she struggled to control the orb's power. "Cal," she gasped, "I can't hold it much longer." With a swift motion, Cal knocked his last arrow, his eyes scanning the churning darkness for any sign of weakness. With Cal's last arrow loosed, Elend felt the Shadow Art falter in her grasp. The trapped spirit's wails reached a crescendo before abruptly ceasing, their release palpable. Panting, Elend opened her eyes to find the orb's pulsating light dimmed, its power now under her control. Cal rushed to her side, relief etched on his face. "We did it," he breathed, helping her rise as the chamber shook one last time, the entrance reopening with a grinding rumble. As Elend and Cal emerged from the whispering caves, they found themselves in an unfamiliar part of Eldholt. The once dense forest now thinned out, giving way to rolling hills blanketed with vibrant wildflowers. In the distance, a majestic tower rose above the treetops, its flag bearing the insignia of the Blade Wardens. Elenda's eyes widened as she recognized it. "That's Castle Haldor," she exclaimed. "We've been summoned." Cal nodded, his expression grave. "Something must be amiss if they've called us here." As they approached, a figure emerged from the castle gates. Blade Warden Arik, their mentor and friend, his face etched with concern. Arik's eyes scanned Elend and Cal, relief flickering across his face. "You're both injured," he noted, concern lacing his voice. We'll tend to those later, he continued. But now, there's something you must see. He led them to a private chamber within the castle, revealing an ancient parchment bearing a familiar seal, the mark of the shadow art. Elendil gasped, recognizing it from her studies. Zoo. Arik's voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper. This message, it bears ill tidings. The shadow art has resurfaced, and our spies report that a dark army marches towards Eldholt. Elendil's grip tightened on the orb, her knuckles turning white. Kel stepped closer, his eyes reflecting worry for their mentor. How many? He asked grimly. Arik's gaze shifted between Elend and Kel, his voice heavy with urgency. We need your help to rally our forces and face this threat. He gestured towards a large map laid out on the table, marked with strategic points. Elendil's brow furrowed as she studied it, her mind racing with plans. Kel leaned in, tracing lines with his finger. If we fortify these positions. Arik nodded gravely. Time is of the essence. We must move swiftly. Elend and Kel exchanged determined glances, their hearts heavy with the weight of impending war. Arik nodded solemnly. We'll leave at first light. As they prepared to depart, Elend paused, her gaze falling upon an ancient tome tucked away in a corner. The Chronicles of Eldholt. She picked it up, a sense of foreboding washing over her. There's something we should know before we face this enemy, she said, opening the tome. Elendil's eyes widened as she read aloud from the Chronicles of Eldholt, revealing that the Shadow Art's power could be amplified by ancient rituals conducted at the heart of Eldholt. Cal's face darkened. If they mean to strengthen it, we must stop them before they begin. Arik nodded grimly. Gather your things. We ride out tonight. Under the starlit sky, Elendil, Cal, and Arik rode towards the heart of Eldholt, their hearts heavy with purpose. The once familiar forest now seemed alien, shadows whispering secrets of impending doom. As they ventured deeper, an eerie silence descended upon them, as if nature itself held its breath. Suddenly, Arik reined in his steed, pointing towards a clearing where an ancient stone circle stood, bathed in the pale moonlight. That's where they mean to perform the ritual, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Cal's hand instinctively went to his bow, feeling for arrows that were no longer there. Elend clutched the shadow heart, its cold power pulsating in sync with her racing heartbeat. As they approached the stone circle, Elend felt an unsettling presence. The air was thick with dark magic, and shadows seemed to writhe at their edges, eager for the ritual's start. Cal dismounted, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the area for any signs of life. We're not alone, he whispered, knocking an arrow on his bow. As Elendil, Arik, and Cal reached the stone circle's edge, they heard chanting. Hooded figures emerged from the shadows, encircling a central altar where an ominous ritual was about to commence. Arik turned to his companions, urgency in his eyes. We must stop them before it's too late. Elendil nodded, clenching the shadow art tightly as Cal readied his bow. As Elendil, Arik, and Cal prepared to disrupt the ritual, The hooded figures raised their hands in unison, dark energy crackling between their fingertips. Suddenly, an authoritative voice echoed through the circle. "Halt! You cannot stop what has already begun." From the shadows emerged a figure clad in obsidian armor, Shadow Rogue Malazar, his eyes burning with malice. Arik stepped forward. "Malazar, this ends now." The rogue sneered. "You're too late, old friend." As Elenda's grip tightened on the shadow art, its cold power pulsating in sync with her racing heartbeat, Cal readied an arrow, his eyes narrowing as he focused on Malazar. Arik stepped forward, steel resolve in his voice. "Malazar, stand down and let us end this madness." The rogue's smile was like a knife cut. "I'm afraid it's far too late for that, old friend." As Malazar's words echoed through the circle, Arik's hand went to his sword, resolve burning in his eyes. Elend felt a chill run down her spine as the Shadow Art's power surged, reacting to its dark counterpart being summoned nearby. Cal's arrow trembled slightly, torn between loyalty and vengeance. Iteration, count 30, memory cleanup interval 80. As Malazar's laughter echoed through the circle, Arik's resolve hardened. Elend stepped forward, the Shadow Heart's power surging in her grip as she declared, "We'll not let you complete this ritual, Malazar." Kale loosed his arrow, but it shattered against an unseen barrier surrounding their foe. As Arik charged towards Malazar, his sword clashing against an invisible barrier, Elend's heart pounded in sync with the Shadow Art's ominous pulsations. Cal frantically searched for any weaknesses in their adversary's defenses. As Elend's voice rang out, defiant, the hooded figures faltered in their incantations. The air crackled with tension as Malazar's smile faded, replaced by a cold glare. Arik seized the moment. "Now," he cried, and together they charged, weapons drawn against the unseen barriers. As Arik's blade clashed against Malazar's barrier, the air sizzled with dark energy. Elendi, her eyes burning with determination, called out to Kale, "We need a plan. Something to break through this shield." Meanwhile, the hooded figures, rattled by their interruption, hesitated in their incantations. Cal's gaze darted around the circle, landing on a toppled stone at the periphery. An idea sparked in his mind. "Elend," he urged, "if you can disrupt their incantation, I might be able to break this barrier." She nodded, turning her attention back to the hooded figures. Meanwhile, Arik redoubled his assault on Malazar's defenses, his blade a silver blur against the dark shield. As Elend's powerful voice echoed, disrupting their chant, Malazar growled. "Seize them." The hooded figures surged forward, darkness swirling around them. Arik and Kale stood back to back, steel clashing against shadowy tendrils. Meanwhile, Elinda focused the shadow art's power, its pulsations syncopating with her heartbeat. As Elinda's voice soared, disrupting their incantation, Cal dashed towards the toppled stone, grasping it with both hands. He heaved with all his might, feeling the ancient weight shift under his grip. Meanwhile, Arik fought valiantly against the encroaching shadows, his blade a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Ah! With a final heave, Kale sent the toppled stone crashing into Malazar's barrier, shattering it with a deafening roar. Simultaneously, Elend unleashed the shadow art's power, sending a wave of light that dispersed the hooded figures like mist. Arik turned to his companions, relief etched on his face. "Well done." Meanwhile, Malazar stood alone, his defenses crumbled, snarling, "You may have won this battle, but the war is far from over." The heart of Udholt trembled as if in agreement. Iteration count, 31 memory clean interval 80. As Malazar's threat hung heavy in the air, Arik turned to his companions, urgency etched on his face. "We must rally our forces and prepare for what's coming," he said, determination burning in his eyes. Elend nodded, clutching the shadow art tightly as Kale readied himself, resolve hardening within him. "The heart of Eldolt may have been saved tonight, but it seems our journey is far from over." I. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient stone circle, Elendi, Arik, and Kale shared a somber silence as they tended to their wounds. The once ominous atmosphere now seemed filled with an eerie calm, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl. As they prepared to depart, Arik turned to his companions. "We must return to Castle Haldor and inform the council of what transpired here tonight." Elinda nodded gravely, clutching the shadow art close, as if its dark power still resonated within her grasp. As they rode back towards Castle Haldor, Arik glanced at Oland and Kale, concern etched on his face. "You two should rest once we're back," he said. "We'll need all our strength for what's to come." They nodded, exhausted from their ordeal, but determined to face whatever challenges lay ahead. In the distance, storm clouds gathered, obscuring the moon and casting an ominous shadow over their path. As they approached Castle Haldor, Arik's expression grew grave. "We must inform the council not only of our victory, but also Malazar's threat," he said, his voice barely audible over the clatter of hooves on cobblestone. Elend and Kale exchanged a worried glance, knowing that their respite would be brief. As they entered Castle Haldor's Grand Hall, Arik led Elendin and Kale before the council, their faces grave as they recounted the night's events. The council members listened intently, concern etched on their faces as Malazar's threat hung heavy in the air. Iteration count 32, memory cleanup interval 80. As the council absorbed their report, the grand hall fell silent. Suddenly, an urgent knock at the door startled them all. A guard entered, panic etched on his face. "My lords, the storm. It's not natural. The castle's outer walls are being pounded by unseen forces." Eric turned to Eland and Kale, determination in his eyes. "We must investigate. Ma iteration count 33 memory clean up interval 80. As Eric, Elende, and Cal rushed to the castle's battlements, they gasped at the sight before them. The once sturdy walls now groaned under an unseen onslaught, as if pounded by invisible hammers. In the distance, a fleet of ships appeared on the horizon, their sails emblazoned with the insignia of the Shadow Rogues. Iteration count 34 memory cleanup interval 80. As Eric barked orders to ready the castle's defenses, Elende clutched the shadow art, feeling its power pulsate in sync with the unnatural storm. Cal knocked an arrow, scanning the horizon for any sign of their foes. "Those are Malazar's ships," he growled, tension etched on his face. Eric turned to them, urgency burning in his eyes. "We must hold out until reinforcements arrive." The castle shook violently as another wave of unseen force slammed into its walls. As Elend focused her power through the shadow art, trying to calm the unnatural storm, Cal's arrow flew true, piercing one of Malazar's approaching ships. The ship exploded in a burst of dark energy, momentarily halting their advance. Arik gripped his sword tighter. "Well done. Keep them at bay until our reinforcements arrive." Us. As Elende's spell reached its zenith, the storm abated slightly, but Malazar's fleet pressed on. Kale's arrows found their marks again and again, each strike sending another ship crashing into the tumultuous sea. Eric, ever vigilant, spotted a small boat approaching stealthily from the rear. "Incoming!" he cried, pointing towards the shadowy form. Elende quickly adapted her spell, redirecting its power to shield their vulnerable flank. As Elende's spell held Malazar's fleet at bay, Kale noticed Eric's grim expression. "What is it?" he asked, concern etched on his face. Eric pointed towards the distant horizon, where more ships emerged from the storm, their sails bearing the insignia of a rival clan. "We're outmatched," Eric admitted, resolve burning in his eyes. Elende, hearing this, redoubled her efforts, determined to hold Malazar's forces back until help arrived. As Elende's magical barrier flickered under the relentless assault, Cal turned to her, worry etched on his face. "Elende, you're pushing yourself too hard," he urged. She shook her head, determination burning in her eyes. "I can hold them off until our reinforcements arrive." Suddenly, Eric's voice cut through the chaos. "They're breaking through." Elende gritted her teeth, redoubling her efforts as Malazar's ships surged towards the castle walls. As Elende's barrier flickered, Malazar's ships crashed into the castle walls, sending debris flying. Eric grabbed Elend and Cal, pulling them back as he shouted, "Retreat! We need to regroup." In the castle's interior, Eric led Elend and Cal through winding corridors, seeking refuge from the collapsing battlements. Elend, panting, asked, "Where are we going?" Eric replied, "The hidden sanctum. It's our last line of defense." As they reached a dead end, Eric pushed aside a tapestry revealing a concealed entrance. Inside, they discovered an ancient chamber, filled with powerful artifacts. Cal whistled, impressed. Elend turned to Eric. "This could turn the tide." In the heart of Castle Halder's secret sanctum, Eric, Elend, and Cal strategized their next move. Elend's fingers traced the ancient runes etched into a tomb on the pedestal, her eyes wide with excitement. "This book, it contains spells capable of turning the tide," she murmured. Meanwhile, Cal examined an ornate crossbow leaning against the wall, his brow furrowed in thought. Eric turned to them, urgency in his voice. "We must act quickly. Our enemies are at our gates." As Elend began flipping through the tome, seeking the perfect spell, Cal picked up the crossbow, testing its weight and balance. The chamber rumbled ominously, reminding them of their dire situation. Iteration count, 35 men up interval 80. As Elend finally found the perfect spell in the ancient tome, she felt a surge of power coursing through her veins. Eric nodded grimly. "That should do it," as Cal readied the ornate crossbow, loading it with an enchanted bolt. The sanctum trembled ominously, signaling their time was running out. As Elend's voice echoed through the sanctum, the ancient runes on the walls glowed with an otherworldly light. Eric and Cal exchanged a nod, their weapons poised as they prepared to face their enemies head-on. Suddenly, the chamber trembled violently, sending debris crashing down from the ceiling. "We must hurry," Eric urged, leading them towards the sanctum's hidden exit. As Elend, Eric, and Cal emerged from the sanctum, they gasped at the sight before them. The castle's outer walls lay in ruins, and Malazar's forces swarmed the courtyard like locusts. Eric grimaced. "We're too late," as Cal loosed an arrow into the chaos, felling a shadow rogue. Elend stepped forward, her voice rising as she began to cast the spell from the ancient tome. As Elend's spell reached its zenith, a brilliant beam of light shot forth from her hands, carving a path through Malazar's forces. Cal loosed another enchanted bolt from the crossbow, sending an explosion of dark energy rippling through their ranks. Eric charged forward, his sword a blur as he cleaved a path towards their leader. "This is our last chance," he cried, determination burning in his eyes. As Elenda's spell swept through Malazar's ranks, Cal turned to her, relief in his eyes. "We did it," he breathed. Eric nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. "But we must regroup and tend to our wounds." Suddenly, a distant horn echoed ominously, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. Elenda's face paled as she recognized the insignia on their banners, the rival clan that had joined Malazar's forces. As Elenda, Eric, and Kale took cover amidst the ruins, they saw the rival clan's forces merging with Malazar's remnants. "We can't fight both sides," Eric growled. Elenda's eyes narrowed as she devised a plan. "We'll offer them a chance to stand down," she said, stepping forward with her hands raised. Elenda stepped forward, her voice ringing out across the courtyard. "Hear me. We've defeated Malazar and his rogues. You need not follow him any longer." The rival clan's leader emerged from their ranks, suspicion etched on his face. "What guarantee do we have that you won't turn your power against us next?" he challenged. Eric stepped forward, resolve burning in his eyes. "We offer you an alliance instead of conflict. Together we can rebuild and ensure peace for all our peoples." The leader's expression softened slightly, considering their words. As the rival clan's leader considered their offer, Kyle stepped forward, his bow at the ready, ensuring Elend and Eric remained unharmed. "We understand your skepticism," Kale said, "but we've faced Malazar together. We can rebuild this alliance as well." The rival clan's leader, after a moment of contemplation, lowered his weapon. "All right," he agreed. "We'll join you in rebuilding our alliance." Cheers erupted from both sides as Elend, Eric, and Cal exchanged relieved smiles. With their newfound alliance secure, Elenda, Eric, and Cal turned their attention to rebuilding Castle Halder. The once devastated fortress now buzzed with activity as soldiers from both clans worked side by side. Meanwhile, Malazar's surviving forces retreated, vowing revenge. "We must remain vigilant," Eric warned, his eyes scanning the horizon. As Elende, Arik, and Cal surveyed their rebuilt fortress, pride swelled within them. The once shattered walls now stood tall, brimming with renewed hope and unity. However, shadows still lingered on the horizon, remnants of Malazar's defeated forces biding their time. Elende turned to her companions, determination in her eyes. "Wakam must not let our guard down," she said, "for we know that darkness never truly disappears." Arik nodded solemnly. "We'll stand vigilant, together." Under the watchful gaze of their rebuilt fortress, Elende, Arik, and Kale shared a moment of quiet reflection, each lost in thought about the journey that had brought them together. Suddenly, a rider approached, bearing an urgent message from one of the outer settlements. The parchment read, "Dark forces amass at the Whispering Caves." Elende's eyes widened as she recognized the location, her heart pounding with dread. Arik turned to his companions, resolve burning in his eyes. "We must ride out at once." "Ah!" With grim determination, Elende, Arik, and Cal prepared to depart, leaving behind their newly rebuilt fortress. As they rode towards the Whispering Caves, Elende's mind raced with memories of their last encounter there. "We must tread carefully," she warned, her voice barely audible over the clatter of hooves. Meanwhile, Arik's hand rested on his sword, readiness etched in every line of his body. Kale nodded, an arrow nocked and at the ready. As they approached the Whispering Caves, an eerie stillness hung heavy in the air. Elende shivered, recalling their last encounter there. Arik dismounted, his hand on his sword. "Stay sharp," he warned. Cal nodded, an arrow nocked as he scanned the shadows. The cave entrance loomed before them, a gaping maw filled with darkness and dread. As Elende, Arik, and Cal entered the Whispering Caves, they were met with an unsettling silence. The air grew colder, heavier, as if the very stones themselves held their breath in anticipation. Elende's heart pounded in her chest, recalling the terrifying power she had unleashed within these walls. Arik's hand tightened on his sword. "Stay close," he whispered, leading them deeper into the cave system. Suddenly, a distant echo of laughter reached their ears, sending shivers down their spines. Cal nocked an arrow, scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. Elende's breath misted in the frigid air as she clutched the shadow art tighter, feeling its cold power pulsate against her touch. As they ventured deeper, Elende's grip tightened on the shadow art, its cold power resonating with the ancient evil that lurked within these caves. Arik paused, his gaze fixed on a faint light flickering in the distance. "We're not alone," he whispered, drawing his sword. Cal nodded, losing an arrow towards the source of the light. As Elenda's arrow found its mark, extinguishing the flickering light, Eric turned to her, concern etched in his eyes. "Are you alright?" he asked softly, while Kale kept watch on their surroundings. Elenda nodded, grateful for their support, as she felt the Shadow Heart's power surge within her grasp. Ah. As they ventured deeper, Elenda's grip tightened on the Shadow Heart, its cold power pulsating in sync with her racing heartbeat. Eric paused, his gaze fixed on a faint light flickering in the distance. "We're not alone," he whispered, drawing his sword. Cal nodded, losing an arrow towards the source of the light. As Elenda's arrow found its mark, extinguishing the flickering light, Eric turned to her, concern etched in his eyes. "Are you alright?" he asked softly, while Cal kept watch on their surroundings. As they ventured deeper into the Whispering Caves, Elenda felt an eerie sensation, as if the very air itself whispered secrets long forgotten. Eric paused, his gaze fixed on a faint light flickering in the distance. "We're not alone," he murmured, drawing his sword. Cal nodded, losing an arrow towards the source of the light. As Elenda's arrow found its mark, extinguishing the flickering light, Eric turned to her, concern etched in his eyes. "Are you alright?" he asked softly, while Cal kept watch on their surroundings. As they ventured deeper into the Whispering Caves, Elenda's grip tightened on the Shadow Heart, its cold power pulsating in sync with her racing heartbeat. Eric paused, his gaze fixed on a faint light flickering in the distance. "We're not alone," he whispered, drawing his sword. Cal nodded, losing an arrow towards the source of the light. As Elenda's arrow found its mark, extinguishing the flickering light, Eric turned to her, concern etched in his eyes. "Are you alright?" he asked softly, while Cal kept watch on their surroundings. As Elendie, Eric, and Cal ventured deeper into the Whispering Caves, an unnatural chill settled upon them. The air grew dense, heavy with ancient malice that seemed to seep from the very walls themselves. Cal paused, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the shadows ahead. "We're being watched," he murmured, nocking another arrow. As Elend, Eric, and Cal delved deeper into the Whispering Caves, an eerie silence enveloped them. The air grew colder, heavier, as if the very stones themselves held their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, a faint whisper echoed through the darkness. "Fools! You should not have come." Eric's grip tightened on his sword, while Cal turned to Elendie, concern etched on his face. She nodded, clenching the Shadow Art tighter as they braced themselves for an unknown confrontation. As Elendil, Eric, and Cal pressed on, the caves seemed to close in around them, as if the very stone walls held their breath. Suddenly, an unseen force sent Eric sprawling, his torch clattering away. "Arik!" Elendil cried, rushing to his side. Meanwhile, Cal nocked an arrow, scanning the shadows for any sign of their attacker. In the distance, a faint glow emanated from a hidden chamber, beckoning them closer. As Elendil helped Eric to his feet, Cal's arrow found its mark, extinguishing the unseen force that had attacked them. With Eric steadied, they pressed on towards the hidden chamber, its faint glow beckoning like a siren's song in the oppressive darkness. Ist. As Elendil, Eric, and Cal reached the hidden chamber, they gasped at its grandeur. Ancient artifacts lined the walls, while an ornate pedestal at the room's heart held a pulsating orb, the shadow art. Behind them, unseen forces stirred, hinting that their respite would be brief. As Elendil, Eric, and Cal entered the hidden chamber, they felt an intense surge of dark energy emanating from the shadow heart. Meanwhile, unseen forces began to manifest around them, taking shape as spectral figures that seemed to be drawn towards the orb's power. "We must hurry," Eric urged, stepping towards the pedestal. As Elendil reached for the shadow heart, its pulsating energy surged, sending tendrils of darkness snaking towards her. Eric stood ready to defend them, sword drawn, while Cal loosed arrows into the manifesting spirits. "We must seize it and escape," Eric urged, bracing himself against an impending onslaught. As Elendil's fingers closed around the shadow art, its pulsating energy surged, sending tendrils of darkness wreathing towards her. Eric stood ready to defend them, sword drawn, while Cal loosed arrows into the manifesting spirits. "We must seize it and escape," Eric urged, bracing himself against an impending onslaught. As Yolanda clutched the shadow art, tendrils of darkness snaked towards her. Eric and Kale fought off spectre figures manifesting around them. "We must escape," Eric urged, bracing for an impending clash. As Yolanda clutched the shadow art, tendrils of darkness snaked towards her. Eric and Kale fought off spectral figures manifesting around them. "We must escape," Eric urged, bracing for an impending clash. Behind them, a hidden entrance to the chamber began to close, sealing them in with their unseen foes. In the frost-kissed peaks of the whispering spires, Eric, blade warden of the Silver Keep, sharpened his blade under the cold gaze of the twin moons. Below him, the elven village of Elderglen slumbered, unaware of the creeping shadow that plagued its edges. Alara, mystic scribe from the ancient order of Luminar, joined him, her eyes reflecting the arcane tomes she carried. "The dark tide rises, Eric," she whispered. "We must ready ourselves." The wind picked up, carrying whispers of an impending storm as Lyra, Stormcaller of the Azure Coven, began her incantations. In the heart of Elderglen, Alara consulted her ancient tomes by lantern light, seeking answers to the creeping shadow. Eric, restless, paced nearby, his blade humming as he hunned it. The villagers whisper of a creature that hunts by night. Alara murmured, "A beast unlike any they've known." A sudden scream pierced the tranquility. Eric's head snapped up, eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. "It begins," he growled. Lyra, rushing in, her cloak billowing like storm clouds, declared, "The winds carry its scent. It's near." Eric's sword sang as he sliced through the darkness, its hum echoing the villagers' terrified cries. Alara, her eyes aglow with arcane power, channeled a blinding light that momentarily banished the encroaching shadow. Lyra, her fingers dancing in intricate patterns, called forth a gust of wind that scattered the creature's pursuing tendrils. As they stood back to back, the beast's roar reverberated through the night, signaling its retreat. "We've driven it off for now," Alara panted. "But dawn approaches. What then?" Eric's grip tightened on his sword. "Then we find out what hunts in these lands by day." Under the faint light of the rising sun, Eric, Alara, and Lara stood at the village's edge, their breath visible in the chilled air. The creature's retreat had left an eerie calm, but the villagers' desperate pleas for help echoed in their minds. "We must find its lair," Alara determined, her eyes scanning the dense forest beyond. Eric nodded, his gaze following hers. "And end this before it claims more lives." Lyra raised a hand, feeling the wind's direction. "The storm left traces. I can track it." As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew thick and heavy, pregnant with an ancient, malevolent energy. Eric's blade whispered through the undergrowth, his eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of life. Alara, her heart pounding in rhythm with their mission, felt a strange resonance with the arcane power pulsating around them. Lyra, ahead, paused, her brow furrowed as she studied the ground. "The tracks end here," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But the storm, it feels alive." Suddenly, the wind shifted, carrying an unearthly growl that seemed to echo from every direction. Eric's grip tightened on his sword as the growl reverberated through the forest, the hairs on his neck standing upright. Alara, her heart pounding in sync with the arcane pulse around them, began to chant a protective spell under her breath. Lyra, her eyes closed, reached out to the storm, seeking its guidance. Suddenly, a colossal tree groaned, its ancient roots tearing from the earth as a monstrous creature emerged, its form a twisted reflection of the very forest it had corrupted. Eric's blade met the creature's gnarled branch, like arm, sparks flying as it deflected the blow. Alara, her spell complete, unleashed a wave of radiant energy that caused the beast to roar in pain and retreat. Lyra, seizing the opportunity, called forth a torrent of wind that pummeled the creature, sending it crashing back into its earthen womb. Panting, they stood amidst the uprooted forest, their hearts pounding with adrenaline and newfound respect for each other's power. With the creature vanquished and the village saved, Eric, Alara, bearing news of a greater threat that loomed on the horizon. The shadow beast was but a fragment. He rasped, lowering his hood to reveal eyes filled with urgency. Its master awakens, and only together can you hope to stop it. Eric, Alara, and Lyra exchanged glances, the weight of the stranger's words settling heavily upon them. The fire crackled, casting eerie shadows on their determined faces as they absorbed the news that their recent victory was but a fleeting respite in an impending storm. "Who is this master?" Eric asked, his grip tightening around the pommel of his sword. "And where can we find it?" As the stranger spoke, Eric felt an icy tendril of dread snake up his spine. Alara's hands, still warm from her earlier spell work, now trembled slightly as she clutched them together in her lap. Lyra's eyes, usually dancing with stormy energy, narrowed into serious slits, her mind racing to grasp the magnitude of their new mission. In the dimly lit tavern, the Silver Griffin, Eric, Alara, and Lyra huddled over worn maps, their faces etched with determination as they planned their journey to confront the looming threat. The air was thick with tension, and the murmur of anxious patrons discussing rumors of darkness spreading across the realm. Suddenly, a door slammed open, revealing a breathless messenger, his eyes wide with panic. "The Shadow Plague has reached Silver Keep," he gasped. "The Blade Wardens are under siege." Eric's heart pounded in sync with the urgent drumbeat of the messenger's words. Alara's eyes flicked to his, their shared past igniting a silent resolve between them. Lyra, her fingers already dancing with incipient storm magic, asked, "How many days' ride?" Eric's fist slammed onto the table, scattering coins and drawing hushed silence. "Why you ride at dawn," he declared, eyes burning with new purpose. Alara nodded solemnly, her mind racing to prepare for the trials ahead. Lyra, fingers still dancing with storm magic, asked, "What of Elderglen?" "The villagers cannot face this darkness alone." Under the cloak of pre-dawn darkness, Eric, Alara, and Lyra rode hard towards Silver Keep, their hearts pounding with urgency as they left Elderglen's safety behind. The once peaceful realm now felt like a shadowy echo of its former self, the very air heavy with an oppressive dread. As they crested a hill, the sight below stole their breath. A Silver Keep, Eric's home and bastion of hope, was indeed under siege by an army of twisted, shadow-infused creatures, their forms writhing like serpents in the moonlight. Eric's heart surged at the sight of his besieged home. Alara's gasp echoed his disbelief. Lyra's stormy eyes narrowed, calculating their odds against the writhing shadow army. With a battle cry, Eric spurred his steed downhill, sword raised, as Alara began weaving protective spells, and Lyra summoned gusts to disrupt the enemy lines. As Eric's blade sang through the air, cleaving shadows in twain, Alara marveled at his unwavering resolve. She felt her own power surge in response to the desperate cries of their allies within Silver Keep. Lyra, meanwhile, channeled a whirlwind that sent foes tumbling like leaves, her eyes scanning for any sign of their true enemy. As Eric's blade met foe after foe, he caught sight of a figure cloaked in deeper shadows than the rest, its eyes burning like embers. "Thir!" he roared, pointing with his sword. Alara's spell faltered as she glimpsed the true architect of their despair, her heart pounding wildly. Lyra, her whirlwind dissipating, steeled herself for the confrontation to come. Eric's heart pounded as he lunged at their true enemy, his blade arcing towards the cloaked figure. Alara, her eyes ablaze with arcane power, channeled a bolt of light that streaked past Eric, striking the shadowy foe squarely. Lyra, seizing the opportunity, called forth a thunderous blast that sent their adversary reeling backwards. "We've struck something powerful," Alara gasped, her eyes wide with realization. As their combined assault landed true, the shadow figure let out an unearthly shriek, its form wavering like smoke before coalescing once more. Eric's grip tightened on his hilt. "It's not enough. We need to find its source." Alara, her brow furrowed in concentration, began tracing intricate patterns in the air, seeking a weakness in their foe's dark magic. Lyra, her stormy eyes narrowing, asked, "What if we cut off its supply at the root?" As Eric's blade bit deep into their enemy, he felt an icy tendril snake up his arm, sapping his strength. Alara, her eyes wide with concern, reached out, her touch warm and reassuring as she channeled healing light into him. Lyra, her stormy gaze locked onto the retreating figure, growled, "We must end this now." Soon. Eric's blade sang as it met the shadowy foe once more, each clash echoing through Silver Keep like a funeral dirge. Alara, her voice rising above the cacophony, began an incantation that resonated with ancient power. Lyra, her eyes closed, reached out to the storm, seeking its might to turn the tide of battle. As Alara's spell reached its crescendo, the air crackled with raw energy. Lyra, her eyes now swirling maelstroms, let loose a torrent of lightning that crashed into their foe, sending it reeling and dissipating like smoke. Eric, his blade still humming from their earlier clash, stood ready for the inevitable counterattack. "We've heard it," he grunted, "but not enough." As Alara's spell faded and Lyra's storm subsided, Eric felt an eerie calm settle over the battlefield. The shadow creatures seemed to have dissipated, leaving only an oppressive silence. "We've driven it back," Alara panted, wiping sweat from her brow. "But for how long?" Eric sheathed his sword, his gaze scanning the now quiet enemy lines. And what of our allies within Silver Keep? Lyra turned to the fortress, her stormy eyes filled with concern. Arik, Alara, and Lyra approached Silver Keep's battered gates, their hearts heavy with the silence that hung over the once mighty fortress. As they passed through the shattered barrier, Arik's eyes widened at the devastation wrought by the shadow creatures, crumbled walls, scorched earth, an eerie quiet save for the distant cries of injured allies. Alara's heart ached as she beheld the suffering of her fellow Luminar brethren, their healing magic stretched thin, intending to the wounded. Lyra's gaze fell upon a familiar face among the casualties, an old mentor from the Azure Coven, his storm-infused wounds deep and grave. She rushed to his side, her fingers dancing with a gentle, soothing wind that carried whispers of healing. "Oh." Arik's heart raced as he surveyed the devastation within Silver Keep. Alara, her voice barely above a whisper, asked, "How many have we lost?" Lyra, still tending to her mentor, replied grimly, "Too many. We need to find out who or what orchestrated this." As Arik, Alara, and Lyra delved deeper into Silver Keep's ruins, they discovered that many Blade Wardens had been corrupted by shadowy tendrils, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. Arik's heart wrenched at the sight of his fallen brethren, torn between duty and despair. Alara laid a comforting hand on his shoulder. "We'll find a way to free them." Arik, together. Lyra nodded grimly, her mind racing to devise a plan. In the heart of Silver Keep's decimated library, Arik, Alara, and Lyra found an ancient tome detailing shadow magic, its pages stained with dark residue. As Alara began to decipher its arcane script, she realized that their enemy was not merely a creature, but a powerful entity called the Umbral Lord, bound to this realm by an ancient ritual. Arik's grip tightened on his sword. One need to find this ritual site. Lyra nodded, her eyes scanning the open tome, and reverse its effects before it consumes us all. Ah. Arik, Alara, and Lyra emerged from Silver Keep's shadows, their faces etched with newfound purpose. The ancient tome in Alara's arms pulsed with arcane energy, guiding them towards the ritual site hidden deep within the Whispering Spire's heart. As they ventured deeper into the treacherous mountain range, the air grew colder and heavier, resonating with the same dark power that had corrupted Silver Keep. Arik's blade hummed in anticipation, its edge glinting ominously under the sickly moonlight. As they reached the summit, a chilling wind swept through them, carrying whispers of ancient rituals. The Umbral Lord's influence was palpable here, his malevolent aura permeating every crag and crevice. Arik felt an icy tendril of dread snake up his spine as Alara opened the tome, its pages fluttering ominously under her touch. As Alara's fingers danced over the tome's pages, she gasped at the ritual's complexity. "We need more than just our combined powers to reverse this," she murmured. Arik's gaze swept across the barren landscape, his heart heavy with the realization that their mission was far from over. "Then we find allies," he declared, turning to Lyra. "Your mentor mentioned others who faced such darkness before." "Ah." Lyra's brow furrowed as she recalled her mentor's words. There are those who remember the old ways, in the hidden sanctum of the Stormweaver clan. Eric nodded, his gaze sweeping the horizon. Then we seek them out. They may hold the key to turning this tide. Alara closed the tome, its pages shivering with an unseen wind as she whispered, "We must hurry, the ritual's power grows stronger." Ah. Under the cloak of pre-dawn darkness, Eric, Alara, and Lyra descended from the whispering spires, their hearts heavy with anticipation as they ventured into unknown territory. The ancient tome in Alara's arms guided them towards the hidden sanctum of the Stormweaver clan, its arcane glow casting eerie shadows on the winding mountain path. As they journeyed deeper into unfamiliar lands, Eric couldn't shake an unsettling feeling that they were being watched. As they reached a narrow pass, Eric's unease grew palpable. The silence was too profound, as if the very air held its breath. Alara's eyes scanned the ancient tome, her heart pounding against its arcane glow. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the pass, sending shivers down their spines. "We're not alone," Lyra whispered, her fingers dancing with incipient storm magic. Eric's blade sang as he sliced through the shadows, his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of life. Alara, her hands aglow with arcane power, channeled a wave of radiant energy that pushed back the encroaching darkness. Lyra, her fingers dancing in intricate patterns, called forth a gust of wind that scattered their unseen assailants. As they stood back to back, panting, Eric realized the gravity of their situation. We're surrounded. In the heart of the Stormweaver clan's hidden sanctum, Eric, Alara, and Lyra stood before an ancient stone altar, its surface etched with symbols that matched the tome's pages. An imposing figure clad in furs and bearing a staff carved from lightning struck wood approached them, his eyes stormy and wise. "You seek to undo what has been done," he rumbled, extending a hand towards Alara's tome. The ancient tome's pages fluttered open under Alara's touch, revealing a ritual counter spell that seemed to dance off the parchment. The Stormweaver clan elder leaned in, his staff humming with energy as he studied the incantation. "This will require great sacrifice," he warned, his gaze flicking between the three companions. Eric's grip tightened on his sword as he faced their unseen foes, ready to defend Alara and Lara at any cost. Alara, her heart pounding, felt a surge of arcane power coursing through her veins, preparing for whatever lay ahead. Lyra's stormy eyes narrowed as she surveyed the shadows, calculating how best to use her magic in this confined space. Eric's blade sang as he sliced through the shadows, his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of life. Alara, her hands aglow with arcane power, channeled a wave of radiant energy that pushed back the encroaching darkness. Lyra, her fingers dancing in intricate patterns, called forth a gust of wind that scattered their unseen assailants. As they stood back, to panting, Eric realized the gravity of their situation. We were surrounded. As Eric's blade met foe after foe, he felt an unfamiliar fatigue gnawing at him. Alara, noticing his struggle, channeled healing light into him, her touch warm and reassuring. Lyra, meanwhile, called forth a relentless torrent of wind that kept their unseen assailants at bay. Oz, iteration count 40 memory, cleanup, interval 80. As Eric's blade met its last foe, the darkness receded, revealing a hidden path that led deeper into the sanctum. Alara, her hands still glowing from her healing spell, stepped forward to examine the entrance. "This is where we find answers," she whispered. Lyra nodded, her stormy eyes reflecting determination as they prepared to venture into the unknown. As they traversed the hidden path, Eric's heart pounded in sync with Alara's hurried steps behind him. Lyra, her eyes scanning the shadows ahead, whispered, "We're being followed." The air grew colder and heavier as they delved deeper into the sanctum, resonating with an ancient malevolence that seemed to seep from the very stones around them. Ah! As Eric pushed open the heavy stone doors at the path's end, he found himself gazing upon an ancient chamber, filled with arcane artifacts and glowing runes. Alara gasped, her eyes darting from one relic to another. "This is incredible." Lyra, however, stood frozen, her gaze fixed on a familiar staff resting atop a pedestaled sarcophagus. It pulsed with the same storm energy she knew all too well. Eric followed her gaze, his heart pounding as he whispered, "That's your mentor's staff." Lyra approached the staff tentatively, her fingers tracing its familiar grooves. Eric and Alara exchanged glances, sensing the profound connection between mentor and student. As Lyra's touch ignited the staff's power, a rumble echoed through the chamber, revealing a hidden entrance. "They've been waiting for us," she murmured, stepping inside. The others followed, their hearts pounding with anticipation. As they stepped into the hidden sanctum, Eric's heart raced at the sight of ancient murals depicting heroes battling shadowy foes. Alara gasped, her fingers tracing runes that seemed to hum with residual power. Lyra, her eyes fixed on a throne at the chamber's end, whispered, "We're not alone." From the shadows emerged an enigmatic figure, their form cloaked in shifting shadows. They approached, hands outstretched, bearing an artifact that pulsed with the same arcane energy as the tome. "I've been expecting you," they rasped, eyes burning like embers. Eric's hand instinctively went to his sword as the figure approached. Alara stepped forward, her eyes scanning the artifact, murmuring, "It bears the same energy signature as our tome." Lyra, however, seemed captivated by the throne behind them, whispering, "And that, it resembles my mentor's staff." "Ah." As the enigmatic figure reached out, Eric's instincts screamed to trust them. Despite his initial wariness, Elara's eyes widened as she realized the artifact could be the key to reversing the ritual, while Lyra, drawn to the throne, murmured, "My mentor's staff, it belongs here." The figure smiled enigmatically. "Indeed, it does. And you three are meant to wield its power together." As Eric's hand reached for the artifact, he felt an electric jolt course through him, resonating with his blade and the ancient power within the sanctum. Elara gasped as her tome's pages began to turn on their own, revealing a new incantation that seemed tailored to their situation. Lyra, meanwhile, approached the throne tentatively, her mentor's staff humming in anticipation. "We must combine our strengths," she whispered, grasping her mentor's staff and channeling her storm magic into it. As Eric grasped the artifact, he felt an ancient power surge through him, resonating with his blade and the arcane energy within the sanctum. Elara's eyes widened as her tome revealed a new incantation, while Lyra tentatively approached the throne, grasping her mentor's staff and channeling her storm magic into it. The enigmatic figure nodded solemnly. "Now, we must perform the ritual to undo what has been done." Eric, Elara, and Lyra exchanged glances, their hearts pounding with determination as they prepared to face whatever lay ahead. Ah! As Eric, Elara, and Lyra joined hands, the artifact's energy surged, resonating with their respective weapons and tomes. The enigmatic figure guided them into the ritual circle, its runes glowing as they began to chant in unison. Together, they harnessed the ancient power, their voices rising like a storm that shook the very foundations of the sanctum. As Eric, Elara, and Lyra's voices rose in harmonious unity, the sanctum trembled, and an ethereal glow enveloped them. The enigmatic figure nodded solemnly. "Now, release your powers into the circle," they commanded. With a surge of confidence born from their newfound bond, the trio channeled their combined might into the ritual circle, its runes flaring brilliantly as ancient power coursed through them. A iteration count 42, memory cleanup interval 80. As Eric, Elara, and Lyra's voices harmonized, the sanctum shook, and an ethereal glow enveloped them. The enigmatic figure nodded. "Now, release your powers into the circle," they commanded. With unwavering unity, the trio channeled their combined might into the ritual circle, its runes flaring brilliantly as ancient power coursed through them. As the heroes' combined might surged through the ritual circle, the sanctum's runes blazed with ancient power, casting dramatic shadows across their faces. The enigmatic figure stepped back, their form shrouded in swirling shadows as they whispered, "It is done." Eric, Elara, and Lyra exchanged glances, feeling a profound shift within themselves and the world around them. As they opened their eyes, Eric, Elara, and Lyra found themselves standing in a vast, open field, the sanctum, and its rituals nothing more than a memory. The once ominous shadows had receded, giving way to a clear blue sky and vibrant wildflowers that danced in the gentle breeze. Elara turned to her companions, her heart swelling with gratitude and newfound affection. "We did it." Eric smiled, his gaze sweeping the horizon. "Now, we must ensure our victory endures." Lyra nodded, her fingers already dancing with incipient storm magic as she surveyed the landscape. "Together, we can face whatever comes next." As Eric, Elara, and Lyra surveyed their new surroundings, they noticed an eerie silence that hung heavy in the air. The once peaceful landscape seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for something or someone to shatter the calm. Elara's gaze fell upon a distant figure, standing atop a hillock, their form silhouetted against the setting sun. "We're not alone," she murmured, her heart pounding with anticipation. Eric's hand instinctively went to his sword as he led them towards the distant figure. Elara, her eyes scanning the landscape, whispered, "We must approach cautiously. We know not their intent." Lyra nodded, her stormy gaze fixed on the silhouetted form, fingers dancing with subtle magic ready for any contingency. As they approached the hillock, the figure turned to face them, revealing an elderly woman with eyes that held ancient wisdom. She smiled softly. "I've been expecting you, champions of light," she greeted, extending a gnarled hand. Eric hesitated before clasping it firmly, feeling a jolt of arcane energy course through him. Elara gasped, her tome's pages fluttering open to reveal new incantations, while Lyra's storm magic surged, her mentor's staff glowing brightly. "Ah!" As they clasped hands, Eric felt an unexpected surge of warmth radiate from Elara. Lyra's fingers brushed his, igniting a spark that hinted at newfound emotions. The elderly woman nodded knowingly. "Your bond grows stronger," she murmured, releasing their hands to reveal 3 ancient amulets, one for each of them. "These will amplify your powers and protect you on the path ahead," she explained, pressing an amulet into Eric's palm. As they each accepted their amulet, Eric felt a surge of power coursing through him, his bond with Elara and Lyra strengthening. The woman nodded, satisfied. "Now, go forth and fulfill your destiny. Together, you can overcome any challenge that awaits," she urged, her gaze sweeping the horizon as if envisioning their grand adventures. Eric, Elara, and Lyra exchanged determined glances, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. "We won't let you down," Eric vowed, their resolve unwavering. With newfound resolve, Eric, Elara, and Lyra descended the hillock, their amulets pulsating with power. The elderly woman's words echoed in their minds as they ventured into the unknown. As twilight descended, they made camp under an ancient oak tree. sharing stories of their journey thus far. Alara's voice grew soft as she spoke of her people, while Lara's eyes sparkled with tales of stormy seas and distant lands. Arik listened intently, his heart swelling with affection for these two brave companions. Ah! As dawn broke, Arik, Alara, and Lyra discovered they were no longer in the vast field but instead stood before an ancient, towering castle, its stone walls shrouded in mist. The distant cry of a raven punctuated the silence, as if heralding their arrival. "We've been summoned," Alara murmured, her tome's pages fluttering open to reveal the castle's layout and secrets hidden within. "Do." As they approached the castle's imposing gate, Arik felt a sense of foreboding. Alara, her eyes scanning the tome's pages, whispered, "This place. It's been sealed by dark magic." Lyra nodded gravely, her mentor's staff humming ominously in response to their surroundings. Together, they pushed open the creaking gates, revealing a courtyard filled with shadow-infused statues that seemed to watch them hungrily. Ah! As they ventured deeper into the castle's interior, Arika's blade hummed ominously against the darkness. Alara's eyes glowed with arcane power as she channeled protective spells, while Lyra summoned gusts to scatter the oppressive shadows. The ancient amulets pulsated at their throats, amplifying their powers and guiding them through the labyrinthine halls. As they navigated the castle's labyrinthine halls, Arik's grip tightened on his sword, unease gnawing at him. Alara's eyes scanned her tome, searching for any clue to the dark magic that permeated the air. Lyra's stormy gaze flicked from shadow to shadow, ready to strike at any threat. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through them, extinguishing their torch and plunging them into darkness. "We're not alone," Alara whispered, her heart pounding. Arik's blade sang as he struck out against the unseen foe, his eyes straining in the gloom. As Arik's blade clashed against an unseen foe, Alara cast a luminescent spell that momentarily illuminated their surroundings, revealing twisted creatures born from the castle's dark magic. Lyra summoned a gust of wind to scatter them, her heart pounding with adrenaline. "We must find the source," she urged, leading them deeper into the labyrinth. As they ventured deeper into the castle's labyrinthine halls, Arik's heart pounded in sync with Alara's hurried steps behind him. Lyra's stormy eyes scanned the shadows ahead, whispering, "We're being led astray." The air grew colder and heavier as they delved deeper into the sanctum, resonating with an ancient malevolence that seemed to seep from the very stones around them. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through them, extinguishing their torch and plunging them into darkness. "We're not alone," Alara gasped, her heart pounding wildly. As Alara's spell illuminated their surroundings, Eric's heart leapt at the sight of a familiar face among their foes. An ally thought lost to the shadow plague. With a surge of hope, he cried out, "Gallant, we're here to help." Gallant hesitated before stepping forward, recognition dawning in his eyes. Alara quickly cast a healing spell, banishing the shadows that held him captive. Lyra called forth a gentle breeze to clear his mind of lingering darkness. "We must hurry," Gallant rasped, leading them deeper into the castle's heart. With renewed determination, Eric, Alara, and Lyra followed Gallant deeper into the castle's heart, their faces etched with hope as they reunited with their lost ally. The castle's labyrinthine halls seemed to shift around them, leading them ever closer to the source of its dark power. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through them, extinguishing their torch and plunging them into darkness once more. As Gallant led them through the castle's shifting halls, Eric felt an inexplicable dread gnawing at him. Alara, her tom's pages fluttering wildly, murmured, "The dark magic, it's growing stronger." Lyra nodded grimly, her mentor's staff humming ominously as she scanned their surroundings for any sign of the source. As they ventured deeper into the castle's heart, Eric noticed Gallant's increasing unease. Alara's tomb revealed that the source lay within the throne room, guarded by powerful dark magic. Lyra whispered a plan to combine their powers and overwhelm the defenses. As they entered the throne room, Eric's heart pounded at the sight of an ancient throne pulsating with dark energy. Alara gasped, her tome's pages turning to reveal a spell that could banish such malevolent power. Lyra nodded, her stormy gaze fixed on the throne. "Together," she whispered. Gallant hesitated. "You sure? The magic here, it's unlike anything we've faced." With unwavering resolve, Eric, Alara, and Lyra stepped towards the pulsating throne, their hearts pounding in sync as they prepared to banish its dark power. Gallant watched nervously, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword. "Are you sure about this?" he asked one final time. Alara nodded confidently, her thumb's pages fluttering open to reveal the incantation that would undo the throne's corruption. As Eric, Alara, and Lyra approached the pulsating throne, Gallant's unease grew palpable. "We must hurry," Alara urged, her thumb's pages turning rapidly as she searched for the precise incantation to banish the dark power. Lyra nodded, her fingers dancing with storm magic, ready to amplify their combined might. Eric's grip tightened on his sword, his heart pounding in sync with their shared resolve. As Eric, Alara, and Lyra stood before the pulsating throne, Gallant's unease grew palpable. "We must hurry," Alara urged, her thumb's pages turning rapidly as she sought the precise incantation to banish the dark power. Lyra nodded, her fingers dancing with storm magic, ready to amplify their combined might. Eric's grip tightened on his sword, his heart pounding in sync with their shared resolve. With unwavering resolve, Eric, Alara, and Lyra stood before the pulsating throne, their hearts pounding in sync as they prepared to banish its dark power. Gallant's unease grew palpable as he watched them, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword. "We must hurry," Alara urged, her thumb's pages turning rapidly under her touch. As she found the incantation, Lyra's fingers danced with storm magic, amplifying their combined might. Eric's grip tightened on his sword, his gaze fixed on the throne. As Eric, Alara, Lyra, and Gallant prepared to confront the dark power emanating from the throne, the air crackled with tension. Alara's tongue revealed the incantation, her voice rising as she began to chant. Lyra's fingers danced, amplifying their combined might, while Eric's blade hummed ominously. Gallant stood ready, his unease palpable. As Alara's incantation reached its crescendo, the throne's dark energy surged, threatening to overwhelm them. Eric's blade sang as he leapt forward, slashing at the pulsating power. Lyra unleashed a torrent of storm magic that scattered the malevolent tendrils, while Gallant held his ground, sword ready. With a final, resonant note, Alara completed the spell, and the throne's energy began to wane. With the throne's dark energy banished, Eric, Alara Lyra, and Gallant stood victorious amidst the crumbling remnants of its malevolent power. The castle shook around them, its walls creaking as if releasing a long-held breath. "We've done it," Alara panted, her tom's pages fluttering closed. As they turned to leave, Gallant placed a comforting hand on Eric's shoulder, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, my friend," he murmured. With the castle's dark power vanquished, Eric, Alara, and Gallant ventured forth to survey the extent of their victory. The once ominous fortress now stood eerily silent, its crumbling walls casting long shadows over the landscape. As they stepped into the daylight, a distant rumble caught their attention. Another castle, far off on the horizon, seemed to be under siege. Alara's tongue fluttered open, revealing that this new threat was connected to their own battle. With newfound resolve, Eric, Alara Lyra, and Gallant ventured forth to survey the extent of their victory. The once ominous fortress now stood eerily silent, its crumbling walls casting long shadows over the landscape. As they stepped into the daylight, a distant rumble caught their attention. Another castle, far off on the horizon, seemed to be under siege. Alara's tongue fluttered open, revealing that this new threat was connected to their own battle. "We must hurry," she urged, her heart pounding with renewed determination. In the heart of the ancient elven forest, Elendil, the forest sentinel, tracked an elusive creature through the undergrowth. Her keen eyes caught glimpses of iridescent scales, hinting at a dragonkin lurking nearby. As she paused to listen, a faint whisper carried on the wind. "The Heartstone's power wanes, the realms are in peril." Meanwhile, Blade Warden Cade and mystic scribe Lyrian studied an ancient map under the dim glow of their lantern, plotting a course through treacherous territories towards the legendary Dragon's Peak. Their quest for the mythical heart of eternity had begun. As Elendil's pursuit led her deeper into the forest, she found herself at the edge of an ancient glade, untouched by time. The dragonkin emerged from the shadows, revealing himself as Kale, a dragonkin exile seeking allies against the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, Cade and Lyrian reached the foothills of Dragon's Peak, where they encountered an Earthshaper village, their homes carved into the mountainside. As Kale shared his knowledge of the heart's decline, Elend felt a pang of unease, realizing their quest would test not only their strength but also their unity. Meanwhile, Cade and Lyrian were welcomed into the Earthshaper village, where they learned about an ancient path leading through treacherous caverns to Dragon's Peak. Sue. As Eland and Cal delved deeper into ancient lore at his hidden sanctum, their bond grew stronger, each revealing secrets that fueled their shared resolve. Meanwhile, Cade and Lyrian traversed treacherous caverns, relying on Lyrian's arcane knowledge to guide them through perilous traps set by forgotten Earthshaper guardians. As Eland and Cal's bond deepened in whispered secrets and shared purpose, they emerged from his sanctum to find the forest's edge ablaze, a sign that darkness had begun its encroachment. Meanwhile, Cade and Lyrian reached the peak's summit, discovering an ancient altar where the heart of eternity rested, pulsating with fading light. As Eland and Cal fought off shadow tendrils creeping through the blaze, she felt his draconic power bolstering her own. Meanwhile, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, feeling its faint throb resonate within her. As Eland and Cal fought back the shadows, their bond ignited an ancient forest spirit that surged forth to aid them. Meanwhile, Lyrian's touch on the heart of eternity elicited a vision, a vast army of darkness marching towards the realms, led by a familiar yet twisted figure. As Eland and Cal's forces gathered at the forest's edge to face the advancing darkness, she noticed Cal's eyes flicker with concern. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Cade and Lyrian argued over whether to risk activating the Heart of Eternity immediately. As Eland's gaze swept across her allies, she couldn't shake off Cal's subtle unease. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Cade's resolve hardened as he reached for the Heart of Eternity. "We can't let them march any closer," Lyrian gasped. "But activating it might drain my power. And we don't know what will happen." As Eland's gaze locked onto Cal's distant eyes, she knew something was amiss. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian's hands trembled as she clutched her tome, her mind racing through ancient texts for any mention of activating the heart without draining herself. Below them, the vast army of darkness inched ever closer, their banners bearing an insignia eerily reminiscent of Cal. As Eland's heart pounded in sync with the distant drums of war, she turned to Cal, her voice barely above a whisper. "What aren't you telling me?" Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Cade's hand hovered over the Heart of Eternity as Lyrian's eyes darted between him and the advancing army, her mind racing to decipher an ancient rune. As Cal's silence stretched, Eland felt unease gnaw at her resolve. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian's gasp echoed as she discovered an ancient incantation that might save them all. "I've found it, but it requires a tremendous sacrifice," As the army of darkness marched closer, the air grew thick with anticipation and dread. Cal finally broke his silence. The insignia. It's my father's. He leads the shadows now, he confessed, eyes filled with anguish. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian began chanting the ancient incantation, her voice echoing like thunder as she prepared to activate the Heart of Eternity. As Cal's words hung heavy in the air, Elend felt a pang of betrayal, yet her resolve never wavered. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian's incantation reached its crescendo as she channeled raw magical energy into the Heart of Eternity, causing it to pulse with renewed vigor. Below them, the advancing army halted abruptly, their leader's gaze fixed on the distant peak. As Elend's gaze locked onto Cal's distant eyes, she knew something was amiss. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian's hands trembled as she clutched her tome, her mind racing through ancient texts for any mention of activating the heart without draining herself. Below them, the vast army of darkness inched ever closer, their banners bearing an insignia eerily reminiscent of Cal. As Elend's heart pounded in sync with the distant drums of war, she turned to Cal, her voice barely above a whisper. "What aren't you telling me?" Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Cade's hand hovered over the Heart of Eternity, as Lyrian's eyes darted between him and the advancing army, her mind racing to decipher an ancient rune. Below them, the air crackled with tension as if nature itself held its breath. Ah! As Cal's confession hung heavy in the air, Elend felt a pang of betrayal, but refused to let it cloud her judgment. She turned to face her allies, determination burning in her eyes. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian's incantation reached its climax as she channeled raw magical energy into the Heart of Eternity, causing it to pulse with renewed vigor and casting a brilliant light across the realm. Below them, the advancing army of darkness recoiled from the sudden luminescence, their leader, a twisted reflection of Cal, snarling in response. As Elend's gaze hardened, she turned to Cal. "We'll face this together. Your father's actions don't define you." Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian's incantation concluded as she slumped against Cade, her strength depleted but the Heart of Eternity now pulsing with renewed power. Below them, the army of darkness regrouped, their leader, Cal's twisted reflection, raising a massive obsidian staff. As Elend and Cal's bond ignited the ancient forest spirit, it surged forth to shield their allies. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian's incantation concluded, leaving her weakened, but the Heart of Eternity pulsating with renewed vigor, its radiant light casting a stark contrast against the advancing shadows. Below. As Cal's doppelganger unleashed a wave of shadow energy towards Dragon's Peak, Elend and Cal stood resolute at the forest's edge, their bond igniting a barrier that deflected the dark assault. Meanwhile, Lyrian stirred in Cade's arms, her eyes fluttering open as she whispered, "The heart's light, it's responding to something." The radiant pulsations from the heart of eternity began to synchronize with Cal's twisted reflection, hinting at an ancient connection between them. As Elendon and Cal's barrier held against the shadow assault, they shared a determined nod. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian sat up, her strength returning as she watched the heart's pulsations sync with its dark reflection. "We must sever that connection," she whispered. As Aelund and Cal's barrier wavered under the relentless assault, they exchanged worried glances. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian delved back into her ancient tome, fingers tracing intricate symbols as she sought a means to sever the connection between the heart of eternity and its dark reflection. Below them, Cal's doppelganger sneered, sensing their desperation, and unleashed another wave of shadow energy. As Aelund and Cal's barrier faltered, they shared a desperate look, realizing they needed to combine their powers. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian gasped as she found an ancient ritual that required both light and dark magic to sever the connection between the heart of eternity and its shadow reflection. As Elend and Cal's barrier threatened to collapse, they grasped hands, their bond surging as they merged their powers. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian hurriedly began inscribing ancient symbols around the heart of eternity, whispering the first lines of the ritual. As Elend and Cal's merged power held steadfast against the shadow onslaught, Lyrian's voice echoed with ancient power atop Dragon's Peak. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, an unseen force stirred in response to their desperate struggle, awakening a long-forgotten guardian. In the distance, Cal's doppelganger roared, sensing the shift in balance. As Elend and Cal's barrier held firm against the relentless shadows, they felt a surge of ancient power coursing through them. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian's ritual reached its climax as the heart of eternity pulsed in synchronization with her incantation. As Lyrian's final words echoed, the heart of eternity emitted a blinding flash that pierced the shadows below. In its wake, Cal's doppelganger screamed in agony, clutching his staff as it shattered into obsidian fragments. Simultaneously, deep within the forest, the awakened guardian emerged, its towering form radiating an aura of pure light. As Cal's doppelganger fell to his knees, the army of darkness recoiled from the sudden absence of their leader. In the forest, Elend and Cal felt the ancient guardian's power surge through them as it descended upon the fleeing shadows. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian collapsed into Cade's arms, her strength spent but her spirit unbroken. As Elend and Cal's bond pulsed with the Guardian's power, they turned to face each other, relief and gratitude in their eyes. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian stirred in Cade's arms, her eyelids fluttering open as she whispered, "The heart. It's not just about light and dark anymore. Ah. As Elend and Cal's bond pulsed with the Guardian's power, they turned to face their allies, gratitude shining in their eyes. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian stirred, her gaze drawn to the heart of eternity, now pulsating with an enigmatic, shifting light that seemed to hold new mysteries. "We've won this battle," she whispered, "but I fear it's only the beginning." As Elend and Cal's embrace deepened, their bond surged with newfound strength, forging an unbreakable connection between them. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian's gaze remained fixed on the enigmatic heart of eternity, its pulsating light now reflecting the very essence of her soul. As Elend and Cal's embrace deepened, their bond surged with newfound strength, forging an unbreakable connection between them. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian's gaze remained fixed on the enigmatic heart of eternity, its pulsating light now reflecting the very essence of her soul. "We've won this battle," she whispered, "but I fear it's only the beginning." As Elend and Cal's connection deepened, they shared a tender kiss amidst their allies' cheers. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian gasped as the heart of eternity's light pulsed in sync with her heartbeat. It chose me," she stammered. As Elend and Cal's lips parted, they shared a knowing smile, their bond now an unbreakable tether. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian reached out tentatively to touch the heart of eternity, feeling its pulsating energy resonate within her very being. As Elend and Cal's bond pulsed with newfound strength, they turned to face their allies, determination burning in their eyes. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface as if drawn by an unseen force. Sar. As Elend and Cal's lips parted, they shared a knowing smile, their bond now an unbreakable tether. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian reached out tentatively to touch the heart of eternity, feeling its pulsating energy resonate within her very being. As Elend and Cal's bond pulsed with newfound strength, they turned to their allies, determination burning in their eyes. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian gasped as she fully connected with the heart of eternity, its pulsating light now mirroring her own essence. As Iland and Kale's bond surged, they shared a silent understanding. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian felt the heart of eternity's energy course through her veins, awakening forgotten memories and ancient knowledge. Ah. As Elenda and Cal's bond surged, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian struggled to contain the overwhelming flood of ancient knowledge and memories unleashed by her connection to the heart of eternity. Ah. As Elend and Cal's bond surged, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian gasped as her connection to the heart of eternity revealed a looming threat. A darkness rising from the depths of the Seer. As Elend and Cal's bond surged, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian gasped as her connection to the heart of eternity revealed a looming threat, a darkness rising from the depths of the sea. As Elend and Cal's bond surged, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian gasped as her connection to the heart of eternity revealed a looming threat. A darkness rising from the depths of the sea, its tendrils reaching for the shore like an ominous shadow. As Elend and Cal's bond pulsed with newfound strength, they turned to their allies, determination burning in their eyes. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface, as if drawn by an unseen force. As Elend and Cal's bond pulsed with newfound strength, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface as if drawn by an unseen force. Something is happening, Lyrian stammered, her eyes wide with fear and wonder. The heart of eternity's light flickered ominously in response to her touch. As Elend and Kyle's bond surged, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface as if drawn by an unseen force. Something is happening, Lyrian stammered, her eyes wide with fear and wonder. The heart of eternity's light flickered ominously in response to her touch. As Elend and Kale's bond pulsed with newfound strength, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface as if drawn by an unseen force. Something is happening, Lyrian stammered, her eyes wide with fear and wonder. The heart of eternity's light flickered ominously in response to her touch. As Elend and Cal's bond surged, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface as if drawn by an unseen force. Something is happening, Lyrian stammered, her eyes wide with fear and wonder. The heart of eternity's light flickered ominously in response to her touch, casting eerie shadows across the realm. As Elend and Cal's bond surged, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface as if drawn by an unseen force. Something is happening, she stammered, her eyes wide with fear and wonder, as the heart's light flickered ominously in response to her touch. As Elend and Cal's bond surged, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface as if drawn by an unseen force. Something is happening, she stammered, her eyes wide with fear and wonder. The heart of eternity's light flickered ominously in response to her touch, casting eerie shadows across the realm. As Elend and Cal's bond pulsed with newfound strength, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface as if drawn by an unseen force. Something is happening, she stammered, her eyes wide with fear and wonder. The heart of eternity's light flickered ominously in response to her touch, casting eerie shadows across the realm. As Elend and Cal's bond surged, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface as if drawn by an unseen force. Something is happening, she stammered, her eyes wide with fear and wonder. The heart of eternity's light flickered ominously in response to her touch, casting eerie shadows across the realm. As Elend and Cal's bond surged, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface as if drawn by an unseen force. Something is happening, she stammered, her eyes wide with fear and wonder. The heart of eternity's light flickered ominously in response to her touch, casting eerie shadows across the realm. As Elend and Cal's bond pulsed with newfound strength, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface as if drawn by an unseen force. Something is happening, she stammered, her eyes wide with fear and wonder as the heart's light flickered ominously in response to her touch. In the distance, the once clear sky began to darken, as if heralding an impending storm. As Elend and Cal's bond surged, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface as if drawn by an unseen force. Something is happening, she stammered, her eyes wide with fear and wonder as the heart's light flickered ominously in response to her touch. In the distance, storm clouds gathered, casting eerie shadows across the realm as if heralding an ancient power awakening. As Elend and Cal's bond pulsed with newfound strength, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface as if drawn by an unseen force. Something is happening, she stammered, her eyes wide with fear and wonder as the heart's light flickered ominously in response to her touch. In the distance, storm clouds gathered, casting eerie shadows across the realm as if heralding an ancient power awakening. As Elend and Cal's bond pulsed with renewed strength, they turned to their allies, determination burning in their eyes. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian gasped as visions of ancient horrors rising from the sea surged through her mind, the heart of eternity's light flickering ominously in response. In the distance, storm clouds gathered, casting eerie shadows across the realm as if heralding an impending calamity. Zah! As Elend and Cal's bond surged, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface, as if drawn by an unseen force. Something is happening, she stammered, her eyes wide with fear and wonder, as the heart's light flickered ominously in response to her touch. As Elend and Cal's bond surged, they shared a silent understanding that their journey was far from over. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian tentatively reached for the heart of eternity, her fingers brushing against its enigmatic surface as if drawn by an unseen force. Something is happening, she stammered, her eyes wide with fear and wonder as the heart's light flickered ominously in response to her touch. As Elend and Cal's bond surged, they turned to their allies, determination burning in their eyes. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, Lyrian gasped as visions of ancient horrors, rising from the sea, surged through her mind, the heart of eternity's light flickering ominously in response to her touch. In the distance, storm clouds gathered, casting eerie shadows across the realm, as if heralding an impending calamity. The sea, it's churning with ancient evils, Lyrian cried out, her eyes wide with terror. As Elend and Cal shared their newfound understanding, they turned to face Lyrian atop Dragon's Peak. Her fingers still brushed against the heart of eternity, its light flickering ominously in response to her visions of ancient horrors rising from the sea. "We must warn our allies," Cal urged, his voice resonating with determination. As Elend and Cal's bond pulsed with urgency, they hurried towards Dragon's Peak to warn Lyrian. Meanwhile, atop the peak, her visions of ancient horrors intensifying, Lyrian reached out to grasp the heart of eternity, its light surging in response to her touch. "The sea, it's churning with ancient evils," she cried, her eyes wide with terror. As Elend and Cal reached Dragon's Peak, they found Lyrian convulsing on the ground, her fingers still brushing against the pulsating heart of eternity. "Lyrian!" Cal cried out, rushing towards her. Meanwhile, atop the peak, Lyrian's visions intensified, revealing a colossal tentacled horror rising from the sea, its eyes burning with ancient malice. As Elend and Cal reached Lyrian's side, she clutched her head, crying out in pain. The visions. They're too much, she gasped. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, the heart of eternity's light pulsed erratically, mirroring Lyrian's agony. We must break the connection, Cal urged, his voice resonating with determination. Eland and Kale rushed to Lyrian's side, her convulsions intensifying as the heart of eternity's light pulsed chaotically. We must break this connection, Eland urged, grasping Lyrian's hand away from the heart. Simultaneously, a colossal wave crashed against the shore below, revealing a monstrous tentacled horror emerging from the depths. As Elend and Cal struggled to free Lyrian from the heart's grasp, she gasped, It's too late. The connection is complete. Below, the colossal tentacled horror emerged fully from the sea, its malice palpable. Elend and Cal's hearts raced as they struggled to free Lyrian from the heart of eternity's grasp, her convulsions intensifying with each pulsating light. The ancient sea horror loomed ever closer, its malice palpable even from atop Dragon's Peak. We must retreat, Cal urged, his voice barely audible over the storm. As they turned to flee, Lyrian's hand slipped from the heart, its light surging one last time before fading utterly, leaving her unconscious in their arms. Elend and Cal, carrying Lyrian, rushed down Dragon's Peak as thunder roared overhead. Below, the colossal sea horror began to lumber onto the shore, its tendrils whipping menacingly. As Elend and Kale reached the forest's edge, they paused, surveying the devastation wrought by the sea horror. Behind them, Lyrian stirred in their arms, her eyes fluttering open to reveal a newfound clarity. We must unite our allies, she whispered, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon where another storm brewed. Elend and Kyle, with Lyrian cradled in their arms, watched in awe as another storm brewed on the horizon. "We must warn our allies," Elend urged, her gaze fixed on the distant lightning. As Elend and Cal hurried through the forest with Lyrian, they encountered scattered remnants of their allies' camps. A sense of dread washed over them as they realized many were missing. "We must find out what happened," Cal urged, his grip tightening on Lyrian. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, the heart of eternity lay dormant, its former radiance replaced by an eerie stillness. Yet, within its depths, a faint pulsation hinted at lingering power. As Elend and Kale rushed through the abandoned camps, they discovered scattered notes hinting at a sudden evacuation. Lyrian's eyes widened in recognition. "These symbols, they belong to an ancient magical script," she whispered, tracing the strange markings with her finger. As Elend and Cal discovered clues hinting at an ancient spell that could explain their allies' evacuation, Lyrian's eyes widened in recognition. "I've seen this incantation before," she whispered, her fingers tracing the symbols with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, the heart of eternity's faint pulsations grew stronger, as if awakened by their departure. "Ooh." As Elend and Cal delved deeper into the ancient forest, they stumbled upon an eerie silence, devoid of the usual nocturnal creatures. Lyrian's eyes narrowed as she deciphered the mysterious symbols, whispering, "This incantation. It summons ancient guardians to protect against impending doom." Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, the heart of eternity's pulsations grew stronger, casting an ethereal glow across the realm. As Elend and Cal discovered clues hinting at an ancient spell that could explain their allies' evacuation, Lyrian's eyes widened in recognition. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, the heart of eternity began to pulse with renewed vigor, as if awakened by their absence. "We must hurry," Lyrian urged, her voice filled with newfound determination. Elendit and Cal, guided by Lyrian's deciphering of ancient symbols, hastened towards Dragon's Peak, eager to understand their allies' evacuation. Meanwhile, atop the peak, the Heart of Eternity surged with newfound power, its pulsations casting an ethereal glow across the realm. "We must reach it before it's too late," Cal urged. As Elend, Cal, and Lyrian rushed towards Dragon's Peak, they encountered remnants of their allies' hurried evacuation. Why did they leave in such haste? Elend wondered aloud. Meanwhile, atop the peak, the Heart of Eternity surged with newfound power, casting an ethereal glow across the realm. As Elend, Cal, and Lyrian reached Dragon's Peak, they found it empty save for the pulsating Heart of Eternity. "Where are our allies?" Cal asked, his gaze sweeping across the desolate summit. Meanwhile, atop Dragon's Peak, the Heart of Eternity surged with newfound power, casting an ethereal glow across the realm. "Ah!" As Elend, Cal, and Lyrian stood atop Dragon's Peak, their eyes widened in unison at the sight before them. The once dormant Heart of Eternity now pulsed with radiant power, casting an ethereal glow across the realm. The evacuation. "It must be connected to this," Lyrian whispered, her fingers tracing the ancient symbols on the scroll. As Elend, Cal, and Lyrian stood atop Dragon's Peak, they realized their allies' evacuation coincided with the Heart of Eternity's awakening. Meanwhile, in the distance, a colossal shadow loomed, heralding the arrival of ancient guardians summoned by their mysterious incantation. "We must prepare for battle," Cal urged, his grip tightening on Lyrian. As Elend, Cal, and Lyrian braced for battle atop Dragon's Peak, the Heart of Eternity surged with newfound power, its pulsating light revealing an ancient guardian rising from the depths below. The evacuation. "It must be connected to this," Larian whispered, her fingers tracing the enigmatic symbols on the scroll. Ah. As Elendil, Cal, and Lyrian braced for battle atop Dragon's Peak, they realized their allies' evacuation coincided with the heart of Eternity's awakening. Meanwhile, in the distance, a colossal shadow loomed, heralding the arrival of ancient guardians, summoned by their mysterious incantation. We must prepare for battle, Cal urged, his grip tightening on Lyrian. The radiant heart of Eternity surged with newfound power, its pulsating light revealing an ancient guardian rising from the depths below. Ah! In the heart of the ancient elven forest, moonlit glade, Blade Warden Kale watched as mystic scribe, Lyria, traced intricate symbols in the air, her voice echoing an incantation. The trees shimmered, revealing a hidden path illuminated by ethereal lanterns. The wisdom of our ancestors guides us, she whispered, her eyes reflecting the glowing runes. Kale felt a surge of determination, his hand resting on the pommel of his enchanted sword. To the Temple of Whispers we go, Lyria. The fate of our realms may rest within its walls. Ah. As Kal and Lyria ventured deeper into the glowing path, the forest's usual symphony of night creatures hushed, as if the woods themselves held their breath. Cal's grip tightened on his sword, every fiber of his being attuned to the shifting magic around them. Lyria, he murmured, what manner of enchantment is this? Lyria, her gaze fixed ahead, replied, the temple's wards recognize us as allies, Blade Warden. But they also test our worthiness. The path forked suddenly, one way leading towards a cascading waterfall, the other to an ancient stone archway draped in ivy. Kale glanced at Lyria, her expression unreadable. Which path, Lyria, he asked. Cal and Lyria chose the path towards the waterfall. As they approached, Cal noticed symbols etched into the rocks that mirrored those Lyria had traced earlier. She nodded, understanding his unspoken question. These are runes of purification, she explained, her voice barely above a whisper. They stepped behind the falling water to find a hidden chamber, adorned with more ancient runes glowing softly. Cal's sword hummed as it tasted the magic in the air. As Kale and Lyria stood before the runes in the hidden chamber, Lyria's eyes widened, recognizing the ancient language. These are not mere purification rites, she said, her voice trembling. They're trials set by our ancestors to prove we're worthy to seek what lies beyond. Kale nodded resolutely, his hand still on his sword. Then let us face these trials together, Lyria. The runes began to glow brighter, their light forming a swirling vortex before them. The vortex surged, engulfing Cal and Lyria in a whirlwind of light and shadow. When it subsided, they found themselves in an expansive cavern filled with crystal formations that hummed softly like a chorus of whispers. Welcome to the Temple of Whispers, echoed a voice, resonating from every direction. An ancient figure materialized before them, its form shimmering like the runes they'd left behind. It was an elf, clad in robes as old as time itself, eyes glowing with wisdom and power. I am Elendil, keeper of this sanctuary, it said, bowing slightly. You've navigated our trials well, but your journey has only begun, Bot. Elend gestured towards a massive crystal at the cavern's heart. Within lies the Heartstone, he intoned. A fragment of pure magic that can turn the tide against darkness. But it must be wielded by one of true heart and mind. Kale felt an inexplicable draw to the stone, while Lyria hesitated, her gaze fixed on Ilinda's shimmering form. "What's your price for this power?" she asked wearily. "Only that you understand," Ilinda replied enigmatically. "The Heartstone's power is not infinite." The cavern trembled as if reacting to his words, the whispers growing louder. Cal and Lyria exchanged a glance, understanding passing between them. The Blade Warden stepped forward, determination etched on his face. "We accept your price, Alind," he declared, his voice echoing through the cavern. Lyria nodded, her resolve unwavering. The realms need this power to stand against the encroaching shadows. As Kale reached for the Heartstone, a sudden tremor shook the cavern, sending shards of crystal raining down around them. As Kale's hand closed around the Heartstone, its pulsating light engulfed him, and he felt an ancient power surge through his veins. Lyria gasped, her eyes reflecting the same intensity. "Kale, you've been chosen as the vessel." Meanwhile, deep within the Shadow Realm, a sinister figure sensed the Heartstone's awakening, its lips curling into a sneer. "Fools," it hissed, "you think to challenge me with that trinket?" In the heart of the Temple of Whispers, Kale and Lyria stood amidst shattered crystal remnants, their forms silhouetted against the pulsing light of the Heartstone. The ancient elf Ilinda's shimmering form flickered, his voice echoing, "The Heartstone's power is now yours to wield, Blade Warden." Lyria turned to Kale, concern etched on her face. "But at what cost? We've awakened something in the shadows." "Ah." Kale and Lyria emerged from the Temple of Whispers, their eyes reflecting the pulsating light of the Heartstone. They found themselves on the outskirts of a war-torn village, the scent of smoke heavy in the air. A group of tattered villagers huddled nearby, their desperate gazes fixed upon the couple. An elderly woman stepped forward, her voice trembling with hope and fear. "You bear the light of ancient magic," she said, falling to her knees. "Please, save us from the shadow creatures that plague our lands." As Kale considered the villagers' plight, he felt the Heartstone's power pulsate in sync with his resolve. Lyria watched him, her expression softening. "We'll need to act fast, but with this power." She let her sentence hang, hope shining in her eyes. A distant rumble interrupted them, a dark horde marching towards the village, shadows writhing like serpents in the moonlight. Cal's grip tightened on his sword, its blade glowing brighter, as if answering his silent call to action. With the Heartstone's power pulsating within him, Cal stepped forward, his voice echoing through the village, as he addressed the desperate villagers. "We'll need your help," he declared, "for this light to truly banish the shadows." Lyria nodded beside him, her eyes reflecting the ancient magic they now wielded. As if in response to their words, the dark horde marching towards them grew larger and more ominous, tendrils of shadow reaching out like serpentine fingers. The villagers exchanged terrified glances, but at Cal's steady gaze, they began to rally, grabbing whatever makeshift weapons they could find. As the villagers armed themselves, Cal's heart pounded with newfound power and responsibility. Lyria moved among them, her hands glowing as she cast minor protective spells, earning grateful nods and whispered thanks. The dark horde drew closer, the air growing colder as shadows lengthened, like claws reaching for the trembling village. Cal's sword sang as he drew it, the Heartstone's light casting a stark contrast against the encroaching darkness. The villagers watched in awe and fear, their makeshift weapons trembling in their hands. Lyria stepped to Cal's side, her voice rising in an ancient incantation that seemed to push back the shadows momentarily. As Cal and Lyria stood their ground, the first shadow creature lunged. It was a twisted mockery of life, eyes burning with darkness. Cal's sword sang as it sliced through the creature, leaving only wisps of smoke. The villagers cheered softly, finding courage in the Blade Warden's prowess. Behind them, Elenda's spectral form flickered, whispering, "Remember, child, balance." Meanwhile, deep within the shadow realm, a sinister voice growled, "You think you can stop me with that insignificant light?" Ah! As the first shadow creature fell, Cal felt a surge of power from the Heartstone. The villagers' cries of encouragement echoed around him, fueling his resolve. Lyria's eyes widened as she watched the shadows recoil further, her incantation growing bolder. "Cal," she whispered, "the darkness. It's afraid." Meanwhile, in the heart of the shadow realm, a towering figure rose from a throne of obsidian, its form writhing with malice. "Afraid?" it hissed. "I am merely intrigued." "Ah." As the villagers fought valiantly alongside Kale and Lyria, the Heartstone's light began to falter, casting worried glances at each other. The Dark Horde, though diminished, still pressed on, shadows replenishing like an endless tide. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoed from the rear of the horde, revealing a towering beast, its eyes burning with darkness. "What is that?" Lyria gasped, her incantation faltering. Cal's sword danced through the air, its blade singing a song of steel and light. Each strike sent tendrils of darkness dissipating, but the relentless horde showed no signs of abating. Lyria, her brow furrowed in concentration, channeled the Heartstone's power into a barrier around them, shielding the villagers from the encroaching shadows. Yet, even as they fought valiantly, the light began to flicker, mirroring their own waning strength. Ah! As Kale's blade sliced through another shadow creature, he felt the Heartstone's power waning. Lyria, her face pale from exertion, stumbled slightly, catching herself against him. "Kale," she whispered, fear lacing her voice, "we can't keep this up." The monstrous beast at the heart of the horde roared again, its shadow tendrils lashing out like whips. In that moment, a new figure emerged from the forest's edge, clad in gleaming armor, astride a magnificent griffin. It was Blade Warden Era, her eyes ablaze with determination as she swooped down towards them. "Ah!" As Blade Warden Era's griffin landed amidst the desperate battle, Cal and Lyria exchanged a grateful glance. With a swift dismount, Era joined their fray, her sword singing in harmony with Kale's, while her presence bolstered the villagers' faltering spirits. "We stand together," she cried, her voice echoing like thunder. The monstrous beast roared again, its shadow tendrils lashing out menacingly. Kale, Lyria, and Era stood resolute, their swords clashing against the darkness, but the horde showed no signs of relenting. From behind them, a soft melody echoed, growing louder as an elderly woman stepped forward, her voice resonating with ancient power. It was the village elder, her eyes filled with determination. "I am no warrior," she said, "but I know our history, and I remember the songs that can turn even shadows into light." Meanwhile, deep within the shadow realm, the towering figure paused, its form writhing as if sensing a new threat. As the elder's song swelled, the monstrous beast recoiled, its tendrils shrinking back into the darkness. Cal, Lyria, and Era exchanged astonished glances, their swords momentarily stilled. The villagers around them seemed to stand taller, hope rekindled in their eyes. As the elder's song reached its crescendo, the remaining shadows dissipated, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Cal turned to Lyria, relief etched on his face. "We did it," he whispered. Aira, panting from the battle, clapped him on the back, grinning. "Together, we make a formidable trio." Meanwhile, high above, Elendil's spectral form flickered one last time before disappearing altogether. As dawn broke over the victorious village, Kale, Lyria, and Aira stood amidst the grateful survivors, their bodies aching but spirits soaring. The Heartstone's light flickered weakly now, its power expended in the night's battle. "We owe you our lives," the elder said, tears glistening in her eyes. Meanwhile, deep within the Shadow Realm, a chilling laughter echoed as the towering figure rose once more from its obsidian throne. As dawn broke, Lyria and Aira turned their attention to the Heartstone, its once vibrant light now flickering weakly. "Its power is waning," Lyria observed, her brow furrowed with concern. Meanwhile, whispers among the villagers hinted at an ancient prophecy, one that spoke of a time when darkness would be vanquished by the combined might of blade and magic. Cal's gaze met Aira's, understanding passing between them. "One must seek the other fragments," he declared, determination burning anew in his eyes. As Kyle, Lyria, and Aira prepared to depart, they were approached by a young woman from the village. She introduced herself as Alara, a scholar versed in ancient lore. "I may know where to find another fragment," she said, her eyes gleaming with hope. Meanwhile, far off, storm clouds gathered, heralding an ominous presence stirring once more. As they prepared to leave, Cal felt a pang of guilt at leaving the villagers unprotected. He turned to Lara. "Can your knowledge keep these people safe while we're gone?" She nodded confidently. "I'll ensure their defenses are fortified and ancient wards re-established." Kale, Lyria, and Aira bid farewell to the villagers, their hearts heavy yet hopeful. As they ventured deeper into uncharted territory, guided by Alara's ancient maps, Cal felt an inexplicable draw towards a distant peak, shrouded in eternal mist. "That mountain," he murmured, his eyes fixed on its obscured summit. "There's something calling to me." Meanwhile, unseen by them, shadowy tendrils reached out like fingers of night, following their path. As they ascended the mist-laden mountain, Cal felt an inexplicable bond with Alara, her knowledge of ancient lore complementing his combat expertise. Lyria watched them, a soft smile playing on her lips as she realized the blossoming camaraderie between the Blade Warden and the Scholar. Meanwhile, Aira, ever vigilant, led their group, her eyes scanning the dense fog for any hidden threats. As they reached the peak, an ancient temple emerged from the mist, its stone walls carved with runes that hummed with power. Cal's hand tightened around the waning Heartstone, feeling an inexplicable connection to this place. Alara gasped. "This is it. The temple is where another fragment lies." Meanwhile, unseen by them, a dark figure materialized from the shadows, its eyes burning like embers as it observed their discovery. As they stepped into the temple, Cal felt the Heartstone's pulse quicken, guiding them deeper. Lyria's eyes widened as she deciphered ancient runes, her voice echoing through the halls. Meanwhile, Ira's grip on her sword tightened, sensing an unseen presence lurking in the shadows. Sue. As they ventured deeper into the temple, Cal's grip on the Heartstone grew tighter, its pulsating light illuminating intricate carvings that seemed to dance under their gaze. Alara's breath hitched as she recognized the symbols. These are records of ancient battles and victories against shadows like those we've faced. Meanwhile, an ominous silence hung heavy in the air, as if the temple itself held its breath. "LLM is you," said at the heart of the temple. They discovered a chamber bathed in ethereal glow. In its center stood an altar, upon which rested another pulsating stone, smaller yet no less powerful than the Heartstone in Cal's grasp, the Echo Stone. Alara whispered, awestruck. Suddenly, the shadows shifted, revealing their stalker, a hooded figure with eyes like twin abysses. In the pulsating glow of the temple's heart, Cal reached for the Echo Stone, its hum resonating with the Heartstone in his grasp. Lyria and Era stood sentinel, their eyes fixed on the ominous figure emerging from the shadows. "I am Valthar," it rasped, "keeper of these ancient halls, and guardian of this stone." Alara paled, recognizing the name from her studies. Valthar's voice echoed through the chamber, resonating with an ancient power that sent shivers down their spines. Cal hesitated, his hand hovering above the Echo Stone, feeling its pulsating energy calling out to him. Meanwhile, Lyria and Era exchanged a glance, their grips tightening on their swords as they prepared to face this new threat. As Valthar's words echoed ominously, Cal felt an inexplicable pull towards the Echo Stone, its pulsations cinching with his heartbeat. Lyria stepped closer to him, her voice steady. "Cal, we must claim this power to protect our realms." Meanwhile, Era positioned herself between them and Valthar, her sword drawn as she asked, "What price do you demand for this stone, Guardian?" Valthar's lips curled into a sneer at Era's question. "No price but blood will do," he rasped, shadows writhing around him like serpents. Cal's grip tightened on both stones, feeling their power pulsating in sync, ready for battle. Lyria stepped forward, her voice echoing with ancient magic. "Then let us spill no innocent blood here today." Meanwhile, unseen by them, a portal shimmered into existence behind Valthar, revealing an army of shadow creatures massing. As Valthar's shadows surged towards them, Cal and Era stood back to back, their blades singing in harmony as they deflected the dark tendrils. Lyria, her eyes ablaze with ancient magic, began to chant an incantation that pushed back against the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, young scholar Alara trembled beside them, her mind racing with memories of forgotten lore. The temple's heart, she cried suddenly, recalling a long, forgotten tale. As Alara's words rang out, Cal's gaze snapped towards her, hope flaring in his eyes. The temple's heart, he echoed, clutching both stones tightly. Meanwhile, Valthar paused, sensing the shift in their resolve, his shadows retracting briefly. Lyria nodded encouragingly at Alara. "Show us." Behind them, the portal churned, darkness boiling over its edges. Era gritted her teeth, bracing for their next assault. With newfound resolve, Cal and his companions followed Alara's lead deeper into the temple. The air grew colder as they approached its heart, shadows clinging to every surface. Valthar's laughter echoed behind them. "You cannot escape your fate, mortals." Meanwhile, the portal churned ominously, tendrils of darkness snaking towards their unguarded rear. As they reached the heart of the temple, Alara's eyes widened in recognition. "Thir," she exclaimed, pointing at an intricate stone carving that pulsed with ancient power. Cal stepped forward, pressing the heartstone and echo stone against it. With a resounding echo, the stones merged into one, its pulsating light intensifying. Meanwhile, Valthar roared in protest, shadows surging around him as the portal behind him shattered, unleashing an army of darkness. As Cal's hands merged the stones, a resounding shockwave echoed through the temple, sending shadows recoiling. Lyria and Era stood guard, their swords ablaze with newfound power, ready to face the onslaught of darkness. Meanwhile, young scholar Alara trembled but found courage within her, recalling ancient verses that could bolster their defenses. As the shockwave subsided, Cal felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. The merged stone pulsed vibrantly in his hand, its light banishing the encroaching shadows. Lyria and Era shared a nod of understanding, their swords now glowing brighter than ever. Behind them, Alara's voice rang out, her ancient verses weaving a shimmering barrier around their small group. Meanwhile, Valthar staggered back, his form writhing in agony as the darkness within him recoiled from the newfound power. As Valthar's shadows recoiled from the merged stone's power, Cal felt an inexplicable bond with the ancient guardian. Seizing this opportunity, he stepped forward, his voice echoing with newfound authority. "Valthar, we mean no harm to you or your realm. We seek only to protect ours." Meanwhile, Lyria and Era shared a worried glance, uncertain of Cal's sudden change in demeanor. Valthar paused, his eyes meeting Cal's, a flicker of recognition passing between them. Lyria and Era relaxed their stances slightly, hope kindling within them as they witnessed this unexpected connection. Meanwhile, the merged stone's light pulsed steadily, its power throbbing in sync with Cal's heartbeat. As Cal and Valther's connection deepened, Lyria stepped closer to her Blade Warden ally. "What are you doing, Cal?" she whispered, concern etched on her face. Meanwhile, Ira watched warily from afar, her sword still drawn as shadows began to creep back into the chamber. Valther sneered. "You think words can sway me, mortal? I have served this realm for millennia, ah." Cal hesitated, his grip tightening on the merged stone, as he considered Valther's defiance. Behind him, Lyria and Era exchanged a worried glance, uncertain of how to proceed without bloodshed. Meanwhile, shadows crept back into the chamber, tendrils reaching out like serpents ready to strike. Cal's resolve wavered as he weighed Valther's defiance. Behind him, Lyria whispered, "We must act swiftly, Cal. The darkness returns." Ira nodded grimly, her sword glinting ominously. Shadows snaked around them, tendrils writhing like serpents ready to strike. Cal's resolve hardened as he faced Valther. "I understand your duty, but we cannot let this darkness consume our realms. Join us, and together we can protect both our worlds." The temple rumbled ominously in response to Cal's words, shadows recoiling once more. Meanwhile, Lyria and Era shared a determined nod, ready to face whatever consequences their actions may bring. As Cal's voice echoed through the chamber, Valther hesitated, shadows wavering around him. Lyria and Era exchanged hopeful glances, their weapons lowering slightly. Meanwhile, young scholar Elara stepped forward, her voice quivering but resolute as she recited an ancient incantation that seemed to bolster Cal's words. "Join us," Cal repeated, his gaze locked onto Valther's. "Con together we can forge a new destiny for our realms." As Cal's voice echoed through the chamber, Valther's form shimmered, shadows wavering around him. Lyria and Era exchanged hopeful glances, their weapons lowering slightly. Meanwhile, young scholar Elara stepped forward, her voice quivering but resolute, as she recited an ancient incantation that seemed to bolster Cal's words. "Join us," Cal repeated, his gaze locked onto Valther's. "Con together we can forge a new destiny for our realms." The temple trembled ominously in response, shadows recoiling once more. As Cal's plea hung in the air, Valther's form shimmered one last time, before collapsing into a pile of obsidian dust. The temple shook violently, shadows retreating completely as the pulsating merged stone bathed the chamber in ethereal light. Lyria and Era shared a relieved smile, their weapons sheathed as they turned to face the young scholar who had played an integral role in their victory. With Valther's defeat, Cal felt an inexplicable connection to the ancient guardian's essence, now merged within the pulsating stone. Lyria and Era exchanged relieved smiles, their weapons sheathed as they turned to Alara, grateful for her invaluable contribution. "We couldn't have done this without you, scholar," Lyria praised, while Kale nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the temple trembled ominously, its ancient magic reacting to their triumph. With Valther's defeat, an essence absorbed into the merged stone, Cal felt a surge of newfound power coursing through him. Lyria and Era exchanged worried glances as they noticed his sudden transformation, their voices echoing with concern. "Cal, what's happening to you?" Meanwhile, young scholar Alara stepped back, her eyes widening at the sight of the pulsating stone's ethereal glow intensifying around Cal. As Cal's transformation intensified, his eyes glowed like twin suns, reflecting the merged stone's pulsating power. Lyria and Era reached out to steady him, their voices echoing with concern. Meanwhile, young scholar Alara whispered an ancient incantation, trying to stabilize the temple's fluctuating magic. As Cal's eyes glowed brighter, Lyria and Era exchanged a worried glance. "Cal," Lyria urged, "you must control it." Alara's incantation echoed through the chamber, attempting to stabilize the pulsating magic. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow realm, a sinister figure stirred, sensing the merged stone's power. As Kale struggled to contain the merged stone's power, Lyria and Era exchanged a determined glance. Together, they grabbed Kale's arms, attempting to ground him as Alara's incantation reached its crescendo. "Kale," Lyria urged, "you must harness this power, not let it consume you." Behind them, the temple trembled ominously, shadows writhing in response to their desperate attempt to stabilize Kale's transformation. As Kale's eyes glowed brighter, Lyria and Era exchanged a worried glance. "Kale," Lyria urged, "you must control it." Alara's incantation echoed through the chamber, attempting to stabilize the temple's fluctuating magic. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow realm, a sinister figure stirred, sensing the merged stone's power. As Cal's eyes glowed brighter, Lyria and Era exchanged a worried glance. "Cal," Lyria urged, "you must control it." Alara's incantation echoed through the chamber, attempting to stabilize the temple's fluctuating magic. Suddenly, the merged stone pulsed once more, its light enveloping Kale before surging into him, leaving the chamber bathed in an ethereal glow. As Cal's form was enveloped by the merged stone's light, he felt a surge of newfound power coursing through him. Lyria and Era exchanged relieved glances, their grip on his arms relaxing as Alara's incantation reached its crescendo, stabilizing the temple's magic. Meanwhile, deep within the Shadow Realm, a malevolent figure roared in anger, sensing the merged stone's power solidifying within Cal. As Cal's form stabilized, he felt an inexplicable bond with the temple and its ancient magic. Lyria and Era released their grip on him, relief etched on their faces. Alara's incantation faded, her voice hoarse but victorious. "The temple is stable once more," she declared, smiling softly at Cal. Meanwhile, deep within the Shadow Realm, a malevolent figure seethed with rage, plotting its next move. As Kale's form stabilized, Lyria turned to him, her eyes reflecting concern. "Kial, are you alright? That power, it was unlike anything I've ever seen." Era nodded in agreement, her gaze fixed on the pulsating stone that now seemed a part of Kale himself. Meanwhile, Alara stepped forward, her expression thoughtful as she studied the merged stone's ethereal glow. "I believe this is just the beginning," she said softly. Cal, feeling the merged stone's power coursing through him, nodded reassuringly to Lyria and Era. "I'm fine now," he said, his voice resonating with newfound confidence. Alara stepped closer, her eyes reflecting curiosity as she examined Kale more closely. "The temple has chosen you as its guardian, Blade Warden," she whispered in awe. Kale, Lyria, and Era, now guided by Alara, ventured deeper into the stabilized temple, their hearts filled with hope. As they explored its ancient halls, Cal felt an inexplicable pull towards a hidden chamber, while Lyria marveled at the intricate carvings that seemed to whisper tales of old. Era kept watch, her grip on her sword never wavering. Meanwhile, deep within the Shadow Realm, a sinister figure plotted their demise, unaware of the power now united against it. "Do." As they delved deeper into the temple's heart, Cal felt an inexplicable pull towards a hidden chamber, while Lyria marveled at intricate carvings that seemed to whisper tales of old. Era kept watch, her grip on her sword never wavering. Meanwhile, deep within the Shadow Realm, a sinister figure plotted their demise, unaware of the power now united against it. As they reached the hidden chamber, Kale felt an inexplicable surge of power from the merged stone. Lyria gasped, her eyes reflecting its pulsating glow. Era stepped forward, her sword drawn as she scanned the dimly lit room for any signs of danger. "What lies ahead, Alara?" Kale asked, turning to the young scholar. As they stepped into the hidden chamber, Cal felt an inexplicable surge of power from the merged stone. Lyria gasped, her eyes reflecting its pulsating glow. Era stepped forward, her sword drawn as she scanned the dimly lit room for any signs of danger. "What lies ahead, Alara?" Cal asked, turning to the young scholar. Meanwhile, a soft hum resonated from deep within the chamber, echoing ominously around them. As they ventured deeper into the hidden chamber, Cal felt an inexplicable pull towards its core. Lyria and Era followed cautiously, their senses heightened for any signs of danger. Suddenly, the hum intensified, and a figure materialized before them, an ancient elf, his form shimmering like the runes that had guided them here. "Greetings, guardians," he intoned, his voice resonating with wisdom and power. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow realm, a sinister figure snarled. "They've found another piece of the puzzle." "Ah." As Cal, Lyria, and Era faced the ancient elf, they felt an inexplicable sense of awe. The elf gestured towards a pedestal at the chamber's core, atop which rested another pulsating stone, smaller yet no less powerful than their merged stone. "I am Elende," he intoned, "keeper of this sanctuary, and guardian of the Echo Stone." Meanwhile, deep within the shadow realm, the sinister figure seethed with rage, plotting an ambush to reclaim what was rightfully his. Ellen gestured towards the echo stone atop the pedestal, its pulsating power resonating with their merged stone. Cal felt an inexplicable draw towards it, stepping closer as Lyria and Era stood watchful beside him. "To claim this stone," Elende intoned, "you must first answer a riddle from our ancient lore." Meanwhile, deep within the shadow realm, the sinister figure whispered dark incantations, summoning an army of darkness to strike at their moment of vulnerability. Cal pondered Alanda's riddle, his mind racing as he sought its meaning. Lyria and Era exchanged worried glances, hoping their blade warden Ali could decipher its ancient wisdom. Meanwhile, deep within the shadow realm, tendrils of darkness reached out like serpents ready to strike at any moment. Cal pondered Ilanda's riddle, his mind racing as he sought its meaning. Lyria and Era exchanged worried glances, hoping their blade warden, Ale, could decipher its ancient wisdom. Meanwhile, deep within the Shadow Realm, tendrils of darkness reached out like serpentine to strike at any moment. "I know this lore," Kale whispered suddenly, his eyes gleaming with recognition. Kale confidently answered Elanda's riddle, causing the ancient elf to smile. "Well spoken, Blade Warden," he praised, stepping aside as the Echo Stone floated towards Kale. Meanwhile, deep within the Shadow Realm, darkness boiled in rage, tendrils lashing out wildly. Lyria and Era exchanged a worried glance, bracing for the inevitable attack. As Kale reached out to grasp the floating Echo Stone, it merged seamlessly with their existing stone, pulsating with renewed power. Lyria and Era exchanged excited glances, eager to face whatever challenges lay ahead together. Meanwhile, in the distance, shadows churned violently as tendrils lashed out menacingly. "They're coming," warned Elenda, his form flickering ominously. As Kale merged the Echo Stone into their existing stone, its power surged, casting ethereal beams around the chamber. Lyria and Era, now imbued with newfound strength, drew their swords ready to face whatever darkness approached. Behind them, Elanda's form flickered ominously as shadows surged towards the hidden chamber. As shadows surged into the hidden chamber, Cal felt an inexplicable surge of power from their merged stone. Lyria and Era stood resolute, their swords drawn to face whatever darkness approached. Behind them, Elanda's form flickered ominously as he whispered, "Brace yourselves, Guardians." Tendrils lashed out menacingly, ready to ensnare the unsuspecting trio. As tendrils of darkness lashed out menacingly, Cal's merged stone pulsated with renewed power. Lyria and Era stood resolute, their blades clashing against the encroaching shadows. Elanda's voice echoed ominously. "The true battle begins now, Guardians." Tendrils writhed around them like serpents ready to strike. As tendrils of darkness lashed out menacingly, Cal's merged stone pulsated with renewed power. Lyria and Era stood resolute, their blades clashing against the encroaching shadows. Elenda's voice echoed ominously. "The true battle begins now, guardians." Tendrils writhed around them like serpents ready to strike. As tendrils of darkness lashed out menacingly, Cal's merged stone pulsated with renewed power. Lyria and Era stood resolute, their blades clashing against the encroaching shadows. Elenda's voice echoed ominously. "The true battle begins now, guardians." Tendrils writhed around them like serpents ready to strike. Ah! As tendrils of darkness lashed out, Cal's merged stone pulsated brighter, casting ethereal beams that drove back the encroaching shadows. Lyria and Era fought valiantly, their blades clashing against the writhing tendrils while Elenda's voice echoed ominously. "The true battle begins now, guardians." In the heart of the Shadow Realm, a sinister figure cackled menacingly as its minions surged forth to reclaim what was rightfully his. As tendrils lashed out, Cal's merged stone pulsated brighter, casting ethereal beams that drove back the encroaching shadows. Lyria and Era fought valiantly, their blades clashing against the writhing tendrils while Elenda's voice echoed ominously. "The true battle begins now, guardians." In the heart of the Shadow Realm, a sinister figure cackled menacingly as its minions surged forth to reclaim what was rightfully his. In the frost-kissed peaks of the White Crown Mountains, Blade Warden Alaric stood vigilant, his breath visible in the frigid air. Beside him, mystic scribe Eloan pored over an ancient tome, her brow furrowed as she deciphered runes that seemed to shift under her gaze. Below them, the human kingdom of Valoria sprawled, its towering spires casting long shadows over the encroaching winter. A sudden chill wind swept through the pass, carrying whispers of dread from the north. Alaric's hand tightened around his sword hilt, eyes scanning the distant horizon for signs of their unseen foe. Eloan looked up from her studies, her voice barely audible over the howling gusts. "The omens are dark, Alaric. The balance of magic is changing." As Alaric's breath frosted in the icy wind, he caught sight of movement far below, a column of black figures marching towards Valoria. Eloan gasped, her eyes wide as she glanced from her tome to the advancing shadows. "Those aren't just any creatures, Alaric, they're shadow hounds." The Blade Warden's grip on his sword tightened, determination etched into his features. "We must warn King Edric and rally our forces. This is no ordinary threat." In the heart of Valoria, King Edric's throne room buzzed with urgency as Alaric and Eloan knelt before him, their faces pale from the grim tidings they bore. The king listened intently, his expression darkening like storm clouds as he learned of the Shadow Hound's approach. "We must ready our defenses," he declared, rising from his throne. "Send riders to gather our forces and inform our allies." As Eloan began to scribble hasty notes for magical reinforcements, Alaric turned to leave, resolve burning in his eyes. As Alaric rode out to rally the troops, Eloan remained in Valoria's library, poring over ancient texts, seeking any clue to counter the Shadow Hound's power. Her fingers traced runes as she whispered incantations, trying to divine their origin. Meanwhile, King Edric paced his balcony, watching smoke signals from distant outposts heralding the gathering storm. As the first snowflakes began to fall, Alaric's steed galloped through Valoria's streets, rousing citizens to defend their home. Back in the library, Eloan gasped as she discovered a hidden page detailing an ancient ritual to banish shadow hounds. In the dimly lit library, Eloan's heart pounded as she deciphered the ritual's intricate steps. Meanwhile, Alaric reached Valoria's outskirts, where the first shadow hounds began to appear like specters in the falling snow. Their eerie howls sent shivers down his spine, steeling his resolve. He turned to the gathered crowd, "Citizens of Valoria, tonight we stand united against darkness." As Alaric's rallying cry echoed through Valoria, Eloan's heart raced as she committed the ritual to memory. Suddenly, the library doors burst open. A breathless courier gasped. "The Shadow Hounds attack!" Meanwhile, atop Whitecrown Mountain, an unseen figure observed their gathering forces, a hooded figure who would soon reveal himself as a traitor in their midst. As the first lines of defense clashed with the Shadow Hounds, Alaric's sword danced like a silver comet in the night, each strike banishing one more creature back to the void. In the library, Eloan's voice rose and fell as she began the intricate ritual, candles flickering around her like tiny suns. Unbeknownst to them, their traitorous observer on Whitecrown Mountain raised a horn to his lips, signaling an unseen force to commence their assault. As Alaric's blade sang through the night, carving away shadows, Eloan felt the ritual's power surge within her. Suddenly, unseen forces hurled her to the ground, the ancient tome flying from her grasp. In Valoria's heart, an explosion rocked the city, smoke billowed from the throne room, where King Edric had fallen. Meanwhile, atop Whitecrown Mountain, their unknown observer cackled triumphantly. As Lord Drago's cackle echoed through the mountains, Eloan struggled to her feet, clutching the fallen tome. Her heart pounded as she realized their true enemy was not just the Shadow Hounds but a traitor within. Meanwhile, Alaric's blade faltered at the sudden explosion in Valoria's heart. Smoke and flames consumed the throne room, obscuring his view of King Edric's fate. In the chaos, a figure darted past him, another Blade Warden, eyes wide with fear or guilt. As the traitorous figure slipped away, Alaric's heart filled with dread, knowing their ranks were tainted. Eloan, bruised but resolute, gathered her scattered parchments, vowing to complete the ritual despite the interruption. Meanwhile, high above, Lord Drago watched the chaos unfold, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he raised his horn once more. As Alaric's suspicions grew, he caught sight of another Blade Warden signaling shadows, their eyes meeting briefly before the traitor melted into the chaos. Inside Valoria, Eloan hastily reconstructed her ritual, her heart heavy with the knowledge of betrayal. Meanwhile, atop Whitecrown Mountain, Lord Drago lowered his horn, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he watched another wave of shadow hounds descend upon the city. Zoo. Alaric's sword sang as he fought back with loyal Blade Wardens, their silver blades a wall against the encroaching shadows. Eloan's voice rose in the library, her incantations echoing through Valoria like a battle cry, determined to complete the ritual despite her injuries. Meanwhile, unseen by them all, Lord Drago signaled another wave of shadow hounds from atop Whitecrown Mountain, his laughter echoing ominously as the city burned. As Eloan's voice echoed through Valoria, the city's defenders fought with renewed vigor, their blades slicing through shadows. Alaric caught sight of the traitorous warden again, this time signaling a retreat, and his heart hardened with resolve to bring the betrayer to justice. Above them all, Lord Drago paused, his gaze drawn towards a distant figure approaching Whitecrown Mountain, another mystic, clad in robes unlike any they'd seen before. As Alaric's blade met its mark, he caught sight of another Blade Warden fleeing towards Valoria's gates. Eloan, her ritual nearing completion, felt a sudden surge of power, the ancient tome pulsing in her hands. Unseen by both, Lord Drago atop Whitecrown Mountain turned his horn towards the distant figure, signaling an unexpected ally to join the fray. As Eloan's incantation reached its crescendo, the air crackled with energy. Alaric, sensing the shift, redoubled his efforts against the shadow hounds. Unbeknownst to them, their mysterious ally atop Whitecrown Mountain raised a hand, celestially adorned robes billowing as he began an opposing spell. As Eloan's spell reached its peak, a sudden gust extinguished the library candles, plunging her into darkness. Alaric felt the shadow hound's onslaught falter, their spectral forms wavering before disappearing entirely. Meanwhile, atop Whitecrown Mountain, Lord Drago's eyes widened in shock as his new ally's opposing spell counteracted Eloan's ritual, causing a blinding flash that left him temporarily blinded. As Alaric's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he found himself standing in an unfamiliar forest, the scent of pine and earth filling his nostrils. Eloan was nowhere to be seen, her voice silenced abruptly mid-incantation. Behind him, Valoria lay smoldering, its once proud spires reduced to rubble. In the distance, a lone wolf howled mournfully, echoing his own grief-stricken heart. Alaric's heart pounded as he navigated the unfamiliar forest, its quiet stillness a stark contrast to Valoria's recent chaos. Eloan's absence gnawed at him, but so did the mystery of their sudden relocation. As he pushed through dense undergrowth, a faint glow caught his eye, a soft light emanating from a nearby grove. Meanwhile, high above, Lord Drago nursed his injuries, plotting revenge on the mystic who'd blinded him. Oh. As Alaric approached the glowing grove, he found Eloan kneeling before a crystalline spring, her hands cupped around its shimmering waters. Relief washed over him, but her somber expression gave pause. The ritual, it didn't banish them, she said, turning to face him. It sent us here, instead. Behind them, the forest darkened as unseen forces gathered, responding to their presence. Meanwhile, atop Wetcrown Mountain, Lord Drago's laughter echoed through the night, his wounds healed by dark magics. Alaric's relief at finding Eloan was short-lived, as she revealed their ritual had not banished the Shadow Hounds, but instead transported them to this mysterious forest. The weight of her words hung heavy in the air, mirrored by the darkening woods around them. Meanwhile, far away, a lone figure traversed the ruins of Valoria, seeking survivors amidst the devastation wrought by Lord Drago's betrayal. As Alaric and Eloan turned to face the darkening forest, the air crackled with unseen energy. The ground trembled beneath their feet, trees groaning as if in warning. "We're not alone," Alaric murmured, hand gripping his sword tighter. Eloan nodded, her eyes scanning the shadows. "And I don't think they're friendly." Meanwhile, in the heart of Valoria's ruins, the lone figure discovered a hidden chamber beneath the rubble, unaware that it held an ancient secret that could change their destiny. In the heart of the ancient forest, Alaric and Eloan's breaths fogged in the suddenly chilled air as an eerie silence settled around them. The once threatening presence seemed to retreat, leaving only an oppressive stillness that prickled their skin with unease. Meanwhile, amidst Valoria's ruins, the mysterious figure emerged from the hidden chamber, clutching a glowing artifact that pulsed with an otherworldly energy. As Alaric and Eloan stood ready to face whatever emerged from the forest shadows, a distant cry for help echoed through the trees. Their eyes met, a silent agreement passing between them before they set off towards the sound, leaving behind the oppressive stillness. Meanwhile, in the ruins of Valoria, the hooded figure paused, sensing their presence, the ancient artifact in their grasp pulsating with newfound power. As Alaric and Eloan ventured deeper into the forest, the cry for help grew louder. They soon discovered its source: a young girl, trapped beneath a fallen tree trunk, her eyes wide with fear. Meanwhile, in Valoria's ruins, the hooded figure's grasp tightened around the pulsating artifact, their senses heightened by its power. As Alaric and Eloan worked to free the girl, her eyes darted nervously towards the darkening woods. "They're coming," she whispered. "The forest's wrath." Meanwhile, in Valoria's heart, the mysterious figure felt the artifact's power surge, revealing visions of ancient battles fought between light and darkness. Alaric's muscles strained as he lifted the immense tree trunk, his eyes meeting Eloan's in shared determination. The girl, now freed, clutched her rescuer's hands tightly, looking small and vulnerable amidst the towering trees. Meanwhile, atop White Crown Mountain, Lord Drago watched their reunion with malevolent glee, raising a hand to summon another wave of shadow hounds. As Alaric, Eloan, and the girl hurried away from the ominous forest's heart, the ground shook violently, roots lashing out like whipcords. The girl gasped, "I'm Lyra. My village. It was attacked." Meanwhile, atop White Crown Mountain, Lord Drago cackled as he observed their predicament, eager to witness their demise at the hands of his shadow hounds. As Lyra clung to them, Alaric and Eloan fought their way through the writhing forest, determined to protect her. Suddenly, the shadow hounds' howls echoed around them, signaling Lord Drago's newest assault. Meanwhile, the glowing artifact in Valoria's ruins pulsed with renewed vigor, its otherworldly energy drawing ever closer. As Alaric, Eloan, and Lyra fought their way through the forest, they came upon a clearing where an ancient stone circle stood. Eloan's eyes widened as she recognized the runes etched into the stones. They matched those from her ritual. Meanwhile, atop Whitecrown Mountain, Lord Drago felt a sudden pain in his chest, his connection to the Shadowhounds faltering. "Ah!" Alaric, Eloan, and Lyra huddled within the ancient stone circle, runes flaring to life as unseen forces repulsed the Shadowhounds. Lord Drago's scream echoed through White Crown Mountain, his connection to the creatures severed by the sudden surge of power. In Valoria, the mysterious figure felt the artifact's glow dim, its otherworldly energy dissipating into the night. As Alaric, Eloan, and Lyra caught their breath within the protected circle, Lyra clutched her pendant, an ancient symbol that matched those etched into the stones. Meanwhile, atop White Crown Mountain, Lord Drago fell to his knees, his betrayal of Valoria and its people finally catching up with him. In distant Valoria's heart, the mysterious figure felt a sudden surge of power, the artifact's glow intensifying once more. As Lyra's pendant pulsed with light, matching the circle's runes, Eloan gasped, realizing their connection to this ancient place. Alaric, sensing their respite was temporary, turned to face the forest, sword drawn. Meanwhile, in Valoria's ruins, the mysterious figure stepped towards the glowing artifact, reaching out a trembling hand. "Ah!" As Alaric's sword flashed in the moonlight, he noted Lyra's pendant pulsating in time with the runes, deepening their bond. Eloan, inspired by this connection, began to weave a new spell, drawing on the circle's power. Meanwhile, hidden amidst Valoria's ruins, the mysterious figure grasped the artifact, its energy coursing through them, revealing visions of ancient battles and forgotten heroes. As Eloan's spell reached its zenith, the ancient stone circle hummed with power, shielding them from the enraged shadow hounds. Lyra's eyes widened in awe as she witnessed her pendant's energy merge with the runes, revealing glimpses of an unseen world. Meanwhile, atop Whitecrown Mountain, Lord Drago's lifeless body slumped to the ground, his betrayal finally laid to rest. As Eloan's spell reached its crescendo, the ancient stone circle hummed with power, shielding them from the enraged shadow hounds. Lyra's eyes widened in awe as she witnessed her pendant's energy merge with the runes, revealing glimpses of an unseen world teeming with life and magic. Meanwhile, atop Whitecrown Mountain, Lord Drago's lifeless body slumped to the ground, his betrayal finally laid to rest by the very forces he had sought to command. Ah. As Eloan's spell reached its zenith, the ancient stone circle hummed with power, shielding them from the enraged shadow hounds. Lyra's eyes widened in awe as she witnessed her pendant's energy merge with the runes, revealing glimpses of an unseen world teeming with life and magic. Meanwhile, atop Whitecrown Mountain, Lord Drago's lifeless body slumped to the ground, his betrayal finally laid to rest. As Eloan's spell waned, the circle's runes dimmed, and the shadow hound's snarls grew louder. Alaric, Lyra, and Eloan shared a determined look, knowing they couldn't stay hidden forever. Meanwhile, amidst Valoria's ruins, the mysterious figure felt the artifact's power wane, its visions fading like distant dreams. Alaric's sword sang as he struck down another shadow hound, its spectral form dissipating under his blade. Eloan, her voice hoarse from casting spells, leaned against a stone for support, her eyes fluttering with exhaustion. Lyra, however, seemed invigorated, her pendant pulsing in rhythm with the dimming runes as she channeled their power. "We can't keep fighting like this," Alaric grunted, wiping sweat from his brow. "There's too many and we're running out of time." As Lyra's pendant pulsed brighter, matching the fading runes, she stepped forward, her voice echoing with newfound power. I think it's talking to me," she stammered, her eyes wide with wonder and fear. Alaric and Eloan exchanged hopeful glances, their hearts swelling with pride at Lyra's growth. Meanwhile, amidst Valoria's ruins, the mysterious figure watched as the artifact's power waned, a sense of loss washing over them. As Lyra's voice echoed with newfound power, she reached out to grasp one of the runes, its energy coursing through her. Alaric and Eloan shared a hopeful glance, their hearts swelling with pride at Lyra's growth. Meanwhile, amidst Valoria's ruins, the mysterious figure watched as the artifact's power waned, a sense of loss washing over them. As Lyra's fingers grasped the rune, the stone circle pulsed brighter, its energy surging through her. She gasped, her eyes glowing with newfound power as she turned to face Alaric and Eloan. "I can feel everything." Meanwhile, in Valoria, the mysterious figure felt a sudden, inexplicable pull towards the forest, drawn by an unseen force. As Lyra's grasp on the rune tightened, her eyes blazed with newfound power, casting an ethereal glow upon Alaric and Eloan. They shared a hopeful nod, knowing their combined strength could now face the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, in Valoria's ruins, the mysterious figure felt an irresistible pull towards the forest, drawn by Lyra's awakening magic. "We must follow that call," Eloan urged, her voice steady despite her weariness. As Lyra's grasp on the rune tightened, she gasped, her eyes blazing with newfound power. Alaric and Eloan shared a hopeful nod, knowing their combined strength could now face the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, in Valoria's ruins, the mysterious figure felt an irresistible pull towards the forest, drawn by Lyra's awakening magic. "We must follow that call," Eloan urged, her voice steady despite her weariness. As Lyra's grasp on the rune tightened, her eyes blazed with newfound power. Alaric and Eloan shared a hopeful nod, knowing their combined strength could now face the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, in Valoria's ruins, the mysterious figure felt an irresistible pull towards the forest, drawn by Lyra's awakening magic. "We must follow that call," Eloan urged, her voice steady despite her weariness. As Lyra's grasp on the rune tightened, her eyes blazed with newfound power. Alaric and Eloan shared a hopeful nod, knowing their combined strength could now face the encroaching darkness. Meanwhile, in Valoria's ruins, the mysterious figure felt an irresistible pull towards the forest, drawn by Lyra's awakening magic. "We must follow that call," Eloan urged, her voice steady despite her weariness. Iteration count 48, memory cleanup interval 80. As Alaric, Eloan, and Lyra stepped out of the stone circle, the forest seemed to hold its breath, the ominous darkness momentarily abating. Their hearts pounded with anticipation as they ventured forth, guided by the mysterious pull towards Valoria's ruins. Meanwhile, amidst the crumbling walls, The hooded figure paused, their grasp tightening around the cold artifact, feeling Lyra's magic grow stronger with each passing moment. R. As Alaric, Eloan, and Lyra ventured deeper into the ominous forest, guided by the mysterious pull towards Valoria's ruins, they couldn't shake the feeling that unseen eyes watched their every move. Meanwhile, amidst the crumbling walls, the hooded figure paused, their grasp tightening around the cold artifact, as they felt Lyra's magic pulse stronger, beckoning them closer. As Alaric, Eloan, and Lyra ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew colder, heavy with an unseen presence. Meanwhile, amidst Valoria's ruins, the hooded figure hesitated, their grasp tightening around the artifact as they sensed a sudden shift in Lyra's magic. The artifact. It's responding to her, they murmured, stepping forth towards the forest edge. As Alaric, Eloan, and Lyra pressed on, the forest grew denser, its eerie silence broken only by their cautious footsteps. Suddenly, Lyra paused, her eyes widening as she felt a sudden surge in her magic, pulsing through her veins like liquid light. Meanwhile, amidst Valoria's ruins, the hooded figure stepped forward, drawn inexorably towards the forest edge, their grasp tightening around the artifact that now glowed with an otherworldly warmth. As Alaric, Eloan, and Lyra pressed on, the forest began to thin, revealing a hidden path leading towards Valoria's ruins. Their hearts quickened as they approached the crumbling walls, sensing the mysterious figure waiting for them. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins, the hooded figure stepped forth, their grasp tightening around the artifact that now pulsated with an ethereal glow. "Who are you?" Alaric demanded, sword drawn. The hooded figure lowered their hood, revealing an elderly woman with wise eyes. "I am Alara," she said, her voice steady despite the artifact's pulsating energy. "I've been drawn here by your power, child," Lyra gasped, recognizing the symbol on Alara's staff. It matched hers. Alaric and Eloan exchanged glances, their guards lowering as they sensed no malice in Alara. As Alaric, Eloan, and Lyra stood before Alara, their hearts pounded with anticipation. Alara's wise eyes seemed to hold ancient secrets, her staff pulsating in sync with Lyra's pendant. "You've been drawn here by destiny, child," she said, extending a hand towards Lyra. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins, an unseen force stirred, sensing the convergence of their powers. As Alaric, Eloan, and Lyra approached Alara, the artifact's pulsing energy seemed to resonate within each of them. Alara smiled gently. "You've found one another for a reason," she said, her wise eyes reflecting their intertwined fates. Behind them, an unseen force stirred, sensing their gathering power. "But darkness stirs, and you must be ready," she warned, staff glowing brighter as she prepared to share ancient knowledge. Meanwhile, atop White Crown Mountain, a lone figure stood watch, their face contorted with malevolent glee at the impending conflict. As Alara shared her ancient knowledge, Alaric, Eloan, and Lyra felt their understanding of magic deepen. They practiced new spells under Alara's watchful eye, their powers growing in tandem with each passing moment. Meanwhile, atop White Crown Mountain, the lone figure began to weave a dark ritual, seeking to harness the impending conflict's energy for their own malevolent purposes. Under Alara's guidance, Alaric, Eloan, and Lyra honed their newfound abilities, sensing an impending threat that seemed to grow stronger by the day. Meanwhile, atop White Crown Mountain, the mysterious figure completed their dark ritual, cackling maniacally as they unleashed a wave of shadow hounds towards Valoria's ruins. As Alara's staff glowed brighter, warning them of the imminent danger, the trio readied themselves to face this new challenge together. As Alara's staff glowed ominously, Alaric, Eloan, and Lyra braced themselves for the impending battle. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and shadow hounds surged from the forest, their eerie howls piercing the air. "Stand together," Alara commanded, raising her staff as she began to weave a protective spell. The trio stood back to back, their hearts pounding with determination as they prepared to face the encroaching darkness. As Alaric's blade flashed and Eloan's spells crackled, Lyra's newfound powers surged, her magic intertwining with theirs in an ethereal dance. Alara watched proudly, her staff glowing brighter as she reinforced their defenses against the onslaught of shadow hounds. Meanwhile, atop White Crown Mountain, the lone figure cackled with glee, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. As Alaric's blade sang through the night, he caught sight of another blade warden signaling shadows. Meanwhile, Alara urged them to press on, warning that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. In distant White Crown Mountain, the lone figure watched with growing malice, ready to strike when they least expected it. As Alaric's blade met its mark, he noticed another blade warden signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. "We must press on," Alara cried, her staff glowing brighter as she reinforced their defenses. As Alaric fought off another shadow hound, he caught sight of a familiar figure lurking in the ruins. It was the traitorous Blade Warden he had suspected all along. Meanwhile, Alara's staff glowed ominously as she warned them of an impending betrayal from within their own ranks. High above, the malevolent figure atop White Crown Mountain prepared to strike, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. As Alaric battled valiantly amidst the sea of shadow hounds, he caught sight of a familiar figure lurking in the ruins. It was the traitorous Blade Warden he had suspected all along. Meanwhile, Alara's staff glowed ominously as she warned them of an impending betrayal from within their own ranks. High above, the malevolent figure atop White Crown Mountain prepared to strike, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. As Alaric fought off another shadow hound, he caught sight of a familiar figure lurking in the ruins. It was the traitorous Blade Warden he had suspected all along. Meanwhile, Alara's staff glowed ominously as she warned them of an impending betrayal from within their own ranks. High above, the malevolent figure atop White Crown Mountain prepared to strike, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. As Alaric's blade met its mark, he caught sight of another Blade Warden signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. "We must press on," Alara cried, her staff glowing brighter as she reinforced their defenses. As Alaric's blade met its mark, he caught sight of another Blade Warden signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. "We must press on," Alara cried, her staff glowing brighter as she reinforced their defenses. Alaric's blade sang through the night as he battled valiantly against the relentless tide of shadow hounds, his silver weapon gleaming like lightning amidst their spectral forms. Meanwhile, Alara urged him on, her staff glowing brighter as she revealed that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure atop White Crown Mountain prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. Ah! As Alaric's blade sang through the night, he caught sight of another blade warden signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. As Alaric's blade met its mark, he noticed another blade warden signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. As Alaric's blade met its mark, he caught sight of another blade warden signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. As Alaric fought valiantly against the relentless tide of shadow hounds, he caught sight of another blade warden signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. As Alaric's blade met its mark, he noticed another blade warden signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. As Alaric fought valiantly against the relentless tide of shadow hounds, he caught sight of another Blade Warden signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. As Alaric's blade met its mark, he noticed another Blade Warden signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. As Alaric fought valiantly against the relentless tide of shadow hounds, he caught sight of another Blade Warden signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. Ah! As Alaric's blade met its mark, he noticed another Blade Warden signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. As Alaric's blade met its mark, he noticed another Blade Warden, signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. As Alaric's blade sang through the night, he caught sight of another Blade Warden signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. As Alaric's blade met its mark, he noticed another blade warden signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. As Alaric battled valiantly, he noticed another blade warden signaling shadows from afar. Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. "We must press on," Alara cried, her staff glowing brighter as she reinforced their defenses. As Alaric fought valiantly against the relentless tide of shadow hounds, he caught sight of another blade warden signaling shadows from afar. Meanwhile, Alara urged them on, revealing that Valoria's fate rested in their hands. High above, a malevolent figure, prepared to strike when least expected, their ritual amplifying the darkness below. "We must press on," Alara cried, her staff glowing brighter as she reinforced their defenses. Zoo. In the heart of the ancient elven forest of Elderglen, the air buzzed with unseen magic. Blade Warden Arik, his silver hair glinting under the dappled sunlight, stood in quiet contemplation beside a crystal, clear stream. His reflection revealed lines etched by time and battles, but his eyes held an unyielding determination. Unbeknownst to him, he was being watched from the shadows of the undergrowth. A soft rustle betrayed the presence of another, and as Arik turned, a figure emerged, a young elf, her skin like moonlit bark, eyes fierce yet sad. "I am Lyra, an outcast of my own people," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "But I know things, secrets that could change the fate of our world." Her words hung heavy in the air as Arik's hand rested on his sword, his mind racing with questions and possibilities. Arik, his curiosity piqued, asked Lyra what secrets she spoke of. Her gaze shifted towards the distant mountains, where smoke curled ominously from unseen fires. "The shadow plague," she whispered. "It's worse than they say, and it's spreading." As Arik's mind grappled with this revelation, an ear-piercing scream echoed through Elderglen. Lyra's eyes widened in recognition. "That's the cry of a forest sentinel. Something is attacking our home." Arik and Lyra sprinted towards the source of the scream, their hearts pounding in unison. As they broke through the dense foliage, they found a fallen forest sentinel, her life ebbing away. She clutched a tattered scroll, her last breath whispering, "The Shadow Plague. It's a weapon." Lyra took the scroll, her face pale with determination. In the distance, dark figures moved stealthily through the forest. As Arik and Lyra read the scroll, their eyes widened at the revelation of a dark ritual to amplify the Shadow Plague. They glanced up, seeing more shadow creatures converging, led by an ominous figure cloaked in darkness. "We must warn the others," Lyra urged, her voice trembling yet resolute. Arik and Lyra burst into the heart of Elderglen's sanctuary, startling the assembled elves. Elora, the ancient tree at its center, whispered her warning. The plague's source must be destroyed. As they turned to leave, a chilling voice echoed, "You're too late." The cloaked figure emerged, revealing a twisted elven face marred by shadows. "I am Elende, your dark destiny," she sneered, unleashing shadow tendrils that snaked towards them. Arik, heart-pounding, deflected Elende's shadow tendrils with his blade. Lyra, drawing on hidden magic, created a barrier around them. "Retreat," Arik growled, eyes locked onto their enemy. As they backed away, more shadow creatures emerged from Elora's roots, her once sacred bark now tainted. Elend cackled. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Arik and Lyra, backs pressed against each other, scanned the encroaching shadows. Arik's mind raced, calculating their odds as Lyra's breath hitched in fear. Suddenly, a melodic hum echoed through Elderglen, interrupting Elende's laughter. From the depths of the forest emerged Lyra, her staff glowing with storm energy, her eyes fierce. "Retreat," she commanded. "I'll hold them off." Arik and Lyra exchanged a nod of understanding as they backed away, Lyra between them. Elende's laughter echoed, "You can't escape your fate." As they reached the edge of Elderglen, Arik turned to see Elora uprooting herself, her massive form swaying menacingly. He gripped his sword, heart heavy with determination. As they fled Elderglen, Arik's heart ached for Lyra and Lyra, their newfound allies bound by shared purpose. The forest behind them groaned. Elora's ancient form corrupted further as she gave chase, her roots snaking like monstrous serpents. Arik's grip tightened on his sword, resolve hardening at the sight of their friends battling the shadow tide. Lyra's staff arcing with lightning, Lyra's barrier faltering under relentless assault. As they burst out of Elderglen's edge, Arik, Lyra, and Lyra found themselves on a cliff overlooking a vast chasm. The abyss yawned before them, its depths shrouded in darkness, whispering secrets of ancient power. Arik's heart pounded as he considered their options, the forest burning behind them, Elora's twisted form gaining relentlessly. Arik's mind raced as he glanced at Lyra and Lyra, their breaths ragged from pursuit. "What can't outrun her?" he growled, eyes scanning the chasm's edge. Lyra, leaning against him, whispered, "There might be a way." Her fingers traced patterns in the air, igniting a soft glow that hinted at hidden paths. Arik's grip tightened on his sword, ready for whatever lay ahead. as Lyra's glow intensified, revealing an ancient path descending into the chasm. Eric heard Elora's roots tearing closer. His heart ached with urgency as he glanced at Lyra, her staff now crackling with lightning, ready to hold off their pursuer. "Go!" she shouted, her voice echoing off the cliff face. Eric nodded grimly, ushering Lyra onto the narrow path, her fingers still tracing runes that kept them invisible to Elora's shadow sight. Below, the chasm whispered secrets of forgotten power, beckoning them into its depths. As they descended the winding path, Lyra's breath hitched, her glow flickering. Eric steadied her, his gaze locked onto the chasm's depths where ancient symbols began to emerge, etched into the stone. "These are runes of old," Lyra whispered, tracing one with reverent fingers. "They speak of a forgotten power, a weapon against the shadow plague." Above, Elora's roots tore at empty air, Lyra's desperate cry echoing as she struggled to hold their pursuer back. "You." As Eric and Lyra reached the chasm's heart, they found themselves amidst colossal statues carved from the living rock, their faces frozen in silent vigil. The ancient runes pulsed with power, resonating with Lyra's magic. "These are guardians," she whispered, awestruck. "They'll protect us. But we must be quick." Above, Elora's roots tore at the cliff face, Lyra's cries echoing as she fought to hold their pursuer back. Eric's heart raced as he and Lyra hid behind one of the guardian statues. Above, Lyra's desperate cries echoed, punctuated by thunderous booms from her staff. The air grew thick with tension, they were running out of time. Lyra's fingers danced, tracing intricate patterns in the air that seemed to absorb the power pulsating from the runes. Her eyes met Eric's, determination burning within them. Lyra's hands moved deftly, weaving a spell that hummed with power. Eric watched in awe as an ethereal blade materialized above her palms, its edge shimmering ominously. "This is the heart of Elderglen's ancient magic," she whispered. "It will banish Elend and end the shadow plague." Above, Lyra faltered, her staff's lightning flickering as Elora loomed closer. Eric's heart pounded as Lyra's spell reached its crescendo, the ethereal blade pulsating with ancient power. Above, Lyra's cries turned to determination, her staff unleashing a final barrage that momentarily halted Elora's advance. "Now!" Eric roared, Lyra hurling the spectral sword towards their enemy. The ethereal blade pierced Elora's heart, her massive form shuddering as shadows receded from her bark. Above, Lyra slumped against the cliff face, exhausted but relieved. Eric and Lyra emerged from their hiding place, ascending the path to reach her side. As they approached, the ancient runes faded, their power spent, leaving only silent stone guardians in their wake. As they reached Lyra, Eric's heart swelled with gratitude for her sacrifice. Her eyes met his, a small smile playing on her lips despite her exhaustion. Lyra, standing protectively over them, scanned the horizon warily. "We must be sure it's truly ended," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. As dawn broke over the smoldering remains of Elderglen, Eric, Lyra, and Lyra emerged from the chasm, their hearts heavy with the weight of victory and loss. The once magnificent forest now lay silent, its ancient guardians reduced to mere statues, as if mourning the battle they'd witnessed, but could no longer partake in. Far in the distance, a lone figure approached, a dwarf, his earthy garb dusted with stone fragments, his eyes reflecting curiosity and caution. Lyra's breath hitched at the sight, her fingers tracing patterns in the air that whispered of hidden paths and secret languages. "An Earthshaper," she murmured, "one who can reshape our world, given time." Eric nodded grimly, his hand resting on his sword, ready for whatever trials awaited them next. "Ah." As Eric, Lyra stood at the edge of the devastated Elderglen, the weight of their victory hung heavy in the air. The once lush canopy was now a smoldering graveyard, its ancient magic spent, leaving behind only charred remains. Yet amidst the desolation, a glimmer of hope sparked as Eric noticed a faint shimmer at the heart of the ruined forest. The last remnants of Elderglen's power, untouched by Elendil's corruption. "There," he said, pointing towards the pulsating light, "a final gift from Elderglen." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting determination. "We must retrieve it before it fades completely." Eric, Lyra approached the pulsating light cautiously, its intensity fluctuating like a heartbeat. As they neared, Eric noticed the air shimmering around it, as if reality itself was being warped. "This power, it's unlike anything I've ever felt," Lyra murmured, her staff held out before her, humming softly in response to the mystic energy. Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting concern. "We must be careful, such raw magic could be volatile." "Ah." As they reached the pulsating light, Eric's hand tightened around his sword, feeling its ancient enchantment resonate with the raw magic before them. Lyra's staff hummed louder, her grip trembling slightly as she struggled to maintain control over its power. Lyra stepped forward, her voice steady despite the volatile energy. "I will attempt to harness it, but I'll need your strength, Eric." Her fingers brushed against his, sending a jolt of energy coursing through him. Eric nodded at Lyra's touch, feeling her magic course through him. Lyra stepped back, allowing them space to work together. As Lyra began chanting an incantation, Eric felt his sword's enchantment merging with her spell, creating a symphony of power that resonated within Elderglen's heart. "Ah." As Eric and Lyra's magic interwove, the pulsating light began to condense, taking shape before their eyes. It solidified into a crystal orb, its surface swirling with ancient magic. Lyra gasped, "It's a focused stone, capable of amplifying any spell it touches." Eric nodded, understanding the implications. "We'll need allies to wield this properly. We should return to the human kingdoms." "Ah." As they began their journey eastwards towards the human kingdoms, Eric noticed Lyra's quiet contemplation. "What troubles you, Lyra?" he asked gently. She looked up at him, her eyes reflecting a mix of determination and fear. "The power we've harnessed. It could be dangerous in the wrong hands." Behind them, Lyra rode silently, her gaze fixed on the horizon, lost in thought about their impending quest. As they traversed the dense elven forest, Eric shared stories of his past battles to lift Lyra's spirits. She listened intently, her eyes reflecting newfound admiration for the Blade Warden. Meanwhile, Lyra fell behind, her thoughts consumed by visions of storm clouds gathering ominously ahead. Suddenly, she reined in her mount, pointing towards a distant plume of smoke. we're not alone." Eric and Lyra turned to see a group of travelers huddled around a makeshift campfire, their silhouettes betraying a mix of desperation and defiance. Eric, Lyra, and Lyra approached the campfire cautiously, their hands resting on their weapons. As they drew near, they saw that the group was made up of humans, refugees by the looks of it, their clothes tattered and faces gaunt. A man stood up, his eyes widening as he recognized the focus stone clutched in Lyra's hand. "You're with the resistance," he said, hope flickering in his gaze. Eric nodded at the man's words, hope surging within him. "We seek allies against the Shadow Plague," he said, his grip tightening around the focus stone. Lyra stepped forward, her voice steady as she offered their newfound power to the refugees. "Join us, and together we can turn the tide." Lyra watched warily, her eyes scanning the forest's edge for any lurking threats. The refugees exchanged uneasy glances before their leader stepped forward, accepting the focus stone from Lyra. "We're bound for the human kingdoms too," he said. "Our people need hope, and you seem to wield it." Eric nodded solemnly, feeling the weight of their new alliance. As they prepared to leave, Lyra's gaze flicked towards the sky, her heart pounding at the sight of dark clouds gathering ominously. "Ah." As they journeyed together, Eric shared tales of ancient battles fought and won, instilling courage in the hearts of their new allies. Lyra, meanwhile, worked tirelessly to teach them how to harness the focus stone's power, forging a bond between them that transcended race and origin. Yet as they traveled deeper into human territory, Lyra grew increasingly uneasy, her dreams plagued by visions of destruction and betrayal. As they reached the outskirts of the human capital, Eric's heart swelled with pride at the sight of its towering spires, while Lyra's grew heavy with dread. Lyra, sensing her unease, took Lyra's hand, offering a reassuring smile. "Together," she whispered. The city gates loomed before them, guards eyeing their motley crew warily. Count 3280. As they approached the gate, Eric stepped forward, his voice steady as he announced their arrival. The guard's eyes widened at the mention of the Blade Wardens, but he hesitated when he saw Lyra and Lyra. "What business do you have in the capital?" he asked warily. The guard's eyes narrowed as he took in their group, his hand resting on his spear. "You're not the first to claim alliance against the plague," he said coldly. Behind him, another guard leaned in, whispering urgently. The first guard straightened, his expression softening slightly. "Very well," he said. "But know this, our king is particular about whom he allows into his presence." "Ah." Eric nodded understandingly at the guard's words. "We seek an audience with your king," he said firmly, "to share news of our victory against Elende and her shadow creatures." Behind him, Lyra placed a reassuring hand on Lyra's shoulder, sensing her growing unease. The guard nodded curtly, signaling for them to enter. As they crossed the threshold, Arik felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of the capital's opulent grandeur and hidden shadows. Lyra's anxiety grew palpable, her gaze darting towards the looming spires as if expecting danger from above. As they traversed the capital's cobblestone streets, Arik marveled at the intricate architecture, while Lyra's anxiety grew palpable, her gaze darting towards every shadow. Lyra, noticing her unease, took Lyra's hand, offering a comforting smile. "Stay close," she whispered. "We'll face whatever lies ahead together." Around them, whispers of intrigue and unrest hinted at the capital's underlying tensions. Arik led their group through the bustling capital streets towards the royal palace, his senses heightened by whispers of intrigue and unrest. Lyra's anxiety grew with each step, her eyes darting nervously between the opulent buildings and their hidden shadows. Lyra noticed a mysterious figure lurking in an alleyway, her heart pounding as she tried to catch another glimpse. As they neared the palace, Arik's heart raced with anticipation while Lyra's breath hitched in fear. Lyra, sensing her unease, whispered, "We're here for hope, not fear." As they approached the grand entrance, inside, opulent corridors stretched out before them, filled with whispers of intrigue and danger. As they stepped into the grand throne room, Arik's gaze was drawn to the ornate throne at its heart. Lyra's breath hitched as she took in the opulent surroundings, her eyes darting towards a cloaked figure standing beside the king. Lyra squeezed her hand, whispering, "Courage, Lyrak. Sukat." As they approached the ornate throne, Arik noticed the king's eyes flicker towards the cloaked figure before landing on them. Lyra's grip tightened on Lyra's hand, her heart pounding in her chest. The king leaned forward, his voice echoing through the chamber. "Speak your piece, travelers. Sex call image, gen prompt, Arik, Lyra." And Lyra stand before the resplendent throne of the human capital's king, his gaze flickering between them and a mysterious, cloaked figure standing nearby. The king leans forward, his voice echoing through the opulent throne room as he commands, "Speak your piece, travelers." Arik stepped forward, his voice steady and clear as he addressed the king. "Your Majesty, we bring tidings from the elven forest of Elderglen. Elenda's reign of terror has ended, and with it, her shadow creatures." Lyra's gaze remained fixed on the cloaked figure, her unease growing palpable. Lyra, sensing her discomfort, whispered, "Breathe, Lyra," as they awaited the king's response. As Arik spoke, Lyra's unease grew palpable. She caught a glimpse of the cloaked figure's face. It was Elende, somehow alive, and whispering into the king's ear. Lyra followed her gaze, gasping softly at their shared revelation. The king leaned back in his throne, eyes narrowing as he took in their shocked expressions. "It seems," he began, voice dripping with malice, "that our friend here has been expecting you. Sa." Arik's heart sank as he realized their mistake. The focus stone. Ellen must have known they'd come seeking allies against her. And now they'd walked right into her trap. Lyra's breath hitched in fear, her staff crackling with desperate energy. Lyra's fingers danced in the air, weaving a hasty spell to shield them. Sex. Arik's grip tightened on his sword as he stepped forward defiantly. "Your Majesty," he growled, "we've been deceived. This creature is Elend, our enemy, not an ally." Lyra's staff crackled with lightning, her eyes ablaze with determination. Lyra's shield spell shimmered around them, ready to deflect any treacherous attacks. Ah! Arik's words echoed through the throne room, startling the king. Elende hissed, her form shimmering as she prepared to strike. Lyra's staff crackled ominously, ready to meet her foe. Lyra's shield spell pulsated, anticipating the dark magic about to unfold. As Arik's words rang out, chaos erupted. The king, enraged by his betrayal, screamed for guards, while Elend unleashed a torrent of shadow tendrils towards them. Lyra's staff crackled with blinding light, intercepting many of the deadly projectiles, but some slipped through, striking Lyra's shield with sickening thuds. Arik charged, his sword deflecting shadows and drawing the king's wrath, giving Lyra and Lyra space to counterattack. Saw. As chaos erupted in the throne room, Arik, Lyra, and Lyra fought back against their unexpected foes. Arik's sword danced, deflecting shadows while drawing the king's wrath, giving his allies time to counterattack. Lyra's staff crackled with renewed energy, her lightning striking Elend and the guards closing in. Meanwhile, Lyra strengthened her shield, protecting them from incoming dark magic. Ah! As Arik fought off the king's guards, he caught a glimpse of Elend retreating, her shadow tendrils evaporating into thin air. Lyra, seizing the opportunity, struck the king with a paralyzing bolt from her staff, freezing him mid-movement. Lyra, seeing their opening, rushed towards the throne, snatching the focus stone from its hidden resting place. With the king frozen and Elinda's retreat, Eric, Lyra, and Lyra turned to face the remaining guards. Their hearts pounded in unison as they braced for the impending clash. With renewed determination, Eric, Lyra, and Lyra faced the remaining guards, their breaths synchronizing as they prepared for battle. The focus stone's power surged within Lyra's grasp, its pulsating energy resonating with her magic. As the first guard lunged, Eric's sword sang through the air, deflecting his blow while Lyra's staff crackled with lightning, striking him down. Behind them, Lyra whispered an incantation, strengthening their alliance and fortifying their resolve. As Eric, Lyra, and Lyra fought valiantly against the king's guards, their alliance grew stronger. Each blow deflected, each spell cast, brought them closer to victory. With a final strike, Lyra's lightning struck down the last guard, leaving the three companions standing amidst the chaos they'd unleashed. Eric turned to the paralyzed king, his heart heavy with the weight of his betrayal. Saw. As they caught their breath amidst the chaos, Eric turned to Lyra and Lyra. You must flee before the king's remaining forces regroup. Lyra nodded, her grip tightening around the focus stone. Lyra glanced at the paralyzed king, her expression filled with disgust. He deserves worse for his treachery. Seth. As they prepared to flee, Eric noticed the king's eyes flicker open, betraying his feigned paralysis. Lyra's staff crackled ominously as she readied another strike, her gaze locked onto their treacherous foe. Lyra's fingers danced in the air, weaving a spell to mask their escape route. Asan. Eric, Lyra, and Lyra slipped away unnoticed as the king's eyes fluttered open, their hearts pounding in unison. Eric led them through hidden corridors, his knowledge of the palace layout proving invaluable. Lyra cast occasional glances back, her staff ready to defend against any pursuit. Lyra's fingers danced in the air, creating illusions to confuse potential followers. St. As they fled through the palace's labyrinthine corridors, Eric recalled tales of secret passages whispered during his time in the Blade Wardens. He led them to an obscure door, hidden behind a tapestry depicting ancient battles. Lyra, her staff glowing softly, illuminated their path while Lyra cast intricate illusions to confuse any pursuers. As they slipped through the hidden door, Eric's heart swelled with relief at finding an escape route. Lyra, her staff glowing softly, illuminated their path, while Lyra cast intricate illusions to confuse any pursuers. Behind them, distant shouts echoed, signaling that their absence had been discovered. Eric led them deeper into the secret passage, his mind racing with plans for their next move. And tutter. As they descended deeper into the secret passage, Eric's mind raced, plotting their next move. Lyra's staff cast eerie shadows on the ancient stone walls, her gaze darting nervously behind them as Lyra's illusions flickered, hinting at pursuers hot on their trail. Suddenly, Eric paused, his hand resting on a hidden lever. "This leads to an underground river," he whispered, "or way out." Lyra nodded grimly, her staff glowing brighter, ready for whatever lay ahead. As Eric pulled the hidden lever, a section of the wall groaned open, revealing a narrow passage leading to the underground river. The sound echoed ominously behind them, signaling their pursuers' approach. Lyra's staff cast an eerie glow on the water's surface as they cautiously entered, her heart pounding in sync with Eric's steady footsteps. Lyra, her fingers dancing to maintain their illusory disguises, whispered a spell that muffled their movements. The river flowed swiftly, carrying them away from the palace and towards the unknown. Zoppen. As they floated downstream, Lyra's staff illuminated their surroundings, revealing the river's treacherous path. Eric, his mind racing with plans, whispered, "One must find an exit before we're carried too far." Lyra nodded, her fingers dancing to maintain their illusions and keep them hidden from potential pursuers above. Tut. As they flowed downstream, Eric noticed a faint glow emanating from a hidden cave entrance. He pointed it out to Lyra and Lyra, their hearts pounding with anticipation. "Could be an exit," he whispered, "or another trap." Lyra's staff glowed brighter as she prepared for whatever lay ahead. Zen. As they approached the faintly glowing cave entrance, Eric's grip tightened on his sword, ready for whatever lay ahead. Lyra's staff cast ominous shadows, illuminating the riverbank and hinting at potential dangers lurking within. Lyra whispered an incantation, her fingers tracing intricate patterns in the air to heighten their senses and prepare them for battle. Sus. As they cautiously entered the cave, Eric's eyes adjusted to the dim light. The cavern opened up before them, revealing a vast underground chamber filled with glimmering crystals that cast an ethereal glow. Lyra's staff flickered ominously, sensing dark magic within. Lyra whispered a protective spell, her fingers dancing in intricate patterns. Saw. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, Eric's keen eyes spotted movement within the shadows. Lyra's staff crackled ominously, ready to confront whatever lurked ahead. Lyra whispered a spell to amplify their senses, revealing faint outlines of creatures stirring in the darkness. Shadow creatures, Eric murmured, his grip tightening on his sword. Zen. As the shadow creatures stirred Eric, Lyra prepared to confront them. Lyra's staff crackled ominously as she summoned a ball of lightning, ready to strike. Lyra whispered an incantation, her fingers tracing intricate patterns that created illusions to confuse their foes. Eric nodded grimly, his sword gleaming in the cavern's ethereal glow. As the first shadow creature lunged at them, Eric's sword sang through the air, deflecting its dark tendrils. Lyra unleashed her lightning, striking down multiple foes, while Lyra's illusions caused others to falter, giving their team time to regroup. "We're outmatched," Lyra panted, eyeing the endless shadows swarming towards them. Eric gritted his teeth. "Retreat. We'll find another way." As they backed away, Lyra cast a spell to slow the creature's advance. Exfetin. As Eric, Lyra fought valiantly against the shadow creatures, their alliance grew stronger. Each blow deflected, each spell cast, brought them closer to victory. However, as more creatures emerged from the darkness, it became clear they were outmatched. Eric's heart pounded with urgency. "We must retreat." Lyra nodded grimly, her staff crackling ominously as she unleashed a wave of lightning to create an opening. Lyra whispered a spell to confuse their foes, allowing them to slip away. Tech. As they retreated, Eric's keen eyes spotted an opening leading deeper into the cavern. Lyra, her staff crackling ominously, nodded towards it. "There, our way out." Lyra whispered a spell to guide their steps and keep them hidden from pursuing shadows. Ah. As they dashed towards the opening, Lyra's spell faltered, allowing several shadow creatures to break free and pursue them. Eric glanced back, his heart pounding. "Lyra, can you hold them off?" She nodded grimly, her staff crackling as she turned to face their foes. "Ah, sir." As they neared the opening, Eric's heart pounded with anticipation. Lyra glanced back, her staff crackling ominously. "They're gaining." Lyra whispered an incantation, creating a barrier to hold their pursuers at bay, and Santir. As they reached the opening, Eric's heart swelled with hope. Lyra, her staff flickering ominously, glanced back one last time before they slipped through. "We've bought ourselves some time," she panted. Lyra, her fingers dancing in the air to maintain their illusions, whispered, "Let's not waste it." Seth. As they slipped through the narrow opening, Eric led them down a winding tunnel, their hearts pounding in sync. Lyra's staff cast eerie shadows on the ancient stone walls, while Lyra whispered an incantation to mask their presence from potential pursuers. The sound of rushing water echoed ahead, hinting at an underground river that could lead them to safety. Cross it. As they followed the sound of rushing water, Eric's keen eyes spotted an underground river that could lead them to safety. Lyra nodded grimly, her staff flickering ominously as she prepared to light their path. Lyra whispered a spell to guide their steps and keep them hidden from any lingering shadow creatures. Tat. As they approached the river's edge, Eric noticed a makeshift raft tied to an adjacent rock, offering them a means of escape. Lyra nodded grimly, her staff flickering ominously as she prepared to set it ablaze and create a distraction. Lyra whispered a spell to strengthen the raft's bonds, ensuring their safety. Tat. As they prepared to push off on the makeshift raft, Eric glanced back one last time, ensuring no shadows lurked nearby. Lyra's staff flickered ominously, ready to ignite their escape route once they were safely aboard. Lyra, her fingers dancing in intricate patterns, whispered a final spell to strengthen their bond and protect them on their journey. As they pushed off on the makeshift raft, Eric felt a pang of unease. Lyra's staff ignited their escape route, casting eerie shadows on the ancient stone walls as they drifted downstream. Lyra's spell hummed around them, fortifying their bond and shielding them from unseen dangers lurking in the darkness. As they drifted downstream, Eric's heart pounded with unease. Lyra's staff cast eerie shadows on the ancient stone walls as they navigated the swift underground river, its current carrying them deeper into uncharted territory. Lyra, her fingers dancing to maintain their protective barrier, whispered, "We must stay vigilant. We don't know what lies ahead." Sacred. As they drifted further downstream, Eric noticed the river's current slowing, hinting at an upcoming obstruction. Lyra's staff flickered ominously, its glow illuminating a narrow chasm ahead that threatened to swallow their makeshift raft. Lyra whispered an incantation, her fingers dancing in intricate patterns as she attempted to guide their path safely through the treacherous waters. Anson. As they approached the narrowing chasm, Eric's heart raced. "We'll need to time this perfectly," he warned. Lyra nodded grimly, her staff flickering ominously as she prepared to light their path through the treacherous waters. Lyra whispered an incantation, guiding their raft with precise movements of her hands. As they navigated the treacherous chasm, Eric's heart pounded in sync with the river's relentless current. Lyra's staff cast eerie shadows on the ancient stone walls, illuminating their precarious path through the narrowing gap. Lyra's whispered incantations guided their raft, with precise movements of her fingers, each one bringing them closer to safety. In the frost-kissed peaks of the Iron Range, Blade Warden Thalion gazed upon the dwarven forge city of Khazad Dum, its smokestacks billowing defiantly against the encroaching darkness. The once vibrant streets now echoed with an ominous silence, save for the distant clanging of hammers, a desperate symphony of resistance. As he approached, the earth trembled beneath his feet, and the ancient stone gates groaned open, revealing Earthshaper Din, his beard matted with sweat and soot. "Blade Warden," he rumbled. "Or smith's labor day and night to forge a weapon that might pierce the shadow's heart. But time, it slips through our fingers like sand." Thalion nodded gravely, his hand resting on the pommel of his family blade, its runes pulsing softly as if whispering tales of old battles. Then let us make every grain count, friend dwarf, he vowed. As Thalion and Din strategized within Khazad-Dum's council chamber, a sudden quake shook the mountain city. Dust rained from the ceiling as the room plunged into darkness, save for the faint glow of Thalion's sword. What in the blazes? Din growled, his hands clutching the table edge. Thalion's eyes narrowed, sensing an ominous power surge from afar. Seems our enemies have grown impatient, he murmured, gripping his blade tighter. Summon your best runners, Din, Talion commanded. We must warn the other realms. The shadow approaches faster than we thought. As Talion's runners darted through treacherous mountain passes, bearing tidings of doom, he and Din stood sentinel atop Khazad-Dum's battlements, watching an unnatural darkness creep ever closer. Our warnings may not reach them in time, Din fretted, his voice echoing over the sudden stillness. Thalion's jaw set firm, his hand never leaving his sword. Then we shall hold this line, my friend, until our last breath. Below them, dwarven smiths labored tirelessly, forging weapons under the harsh glare of Earthshaper enchantments. A young apprentice, her face streaked with grime and sweat, approached Thalion tentatively. Might I try something, Sir Blade Warden? She asked, holding out a peculiar hammer, its head glowing softly. As Talion accepted the glowing hammer from the apprentice, he felt a surge of power pulse through him. What's its name, child? He asked, admiring the craftsmanship. Thunder's Call, she replied proudly. Meanwhile, Din squinted into the distance, his heart pounding. They're here, he growled, as shadow creatures swarmed over the horizon like a plague. Thalion raised Thunder's Call, its head flaring brighter, and barked orders to the dwarven defenses. Steady. Wait for my mark. As the first wave of shadows neared, Thalion swung the hammer down with a deafening roar, unleashing a shockwave that scattered the foe. As Thunder's Call echoed through Khazad-Dum's defenses, its shockwave sent shadows reeling. Thalion's heart pounded in rhythm with the hammer's power. Din watched, awe-struck, as the young apprentice stepped forward, her eyes reflecting the weapon's glow. I am Alari, she declared, and I'll fight by your side, Blade Warden. Below, the dwarven lines surged with newfound resolve, their war cries drowning out the sinister whispers of the encroaching darkness. Talion's mighty swings of Thunder's Call held the shadows at bay, but for every beast felled, two more seemed to take its place. Din, grunting with each release of earthen projectiles, glanced at Talion, concern etched into his weathered face. We can't keep this up indefinitely, he panted, or strength wanes while their numbers grow. Below, Alari fought valiantly, her newfound prowess drawing admiring murmurs from the dwarven lines. As a particularly large shadow creature lunged at Talion, he felt a sudden surge of power coursing through him, and time seemed to slow. In that moment, he glimpsed a figure darting amongst the foe, a cloaked stranger who moved like smoke, leaving confusion and despair in their wake. When time snapped back into motion, Talion's sword sang through the air, cleaving the beast in two. Talion's gaze followed the mysterious figure, his heart pounding with unanswered questions. As their unknown ally sowed chaos among the shadows, Talion and Din fought with renewed vigor, their weapons a symphony of destruction. Who do you suppose they are? Din grunted between blows. As Thalion's runners bore tidings of doom through treacherous mountain paths, Khazad-Dum braced itself for the inevitable onslaught. Within its depths, Alari's confidence grew with each swing of Thunder's Call, drawing admiring glances from dwarven warriors who now fought beside her as equals. Meanwhile, atop the battlements, Talion and Din watched the mysterious cloaked figure dance among the shadows, leaving devastation in their wake. As Alari's strikes echoed through Khazad-dûm, she felt a kinship with the dwarves fighting beside her. Their roars of approval fueled her newfound power, while above, Talion and Din watched their enigmatic ally weave an intricate dance of death among the shadows. Suddenly, a massive shadow creature broke ranks, lunging towards the cloaked figure. "Look out!" Alari cried, her voice barely audible over the din. Talion's heart leapt into his throat as he witnessed the creature's devastating charge. Yet, just as it seemed certain doom would befall their mysterious ally, they vanished in a swirl of darkness, reappearing atop the beast's head with an elegantly curved dagger. With a swift, precise thrust, the figure plunged the blade deep, and the creature dissolved into writhing tendrils of shadow. As the shadow beast crumbled, Thalion's gaze met the cloaked figures, briefly glimpsing a pair of piercing eyes before they turned away. Alari, breathless from battle, joined them atop the battlements, her voice filled with wonder and respect. "Whoever you are, we owe you our thanks." The figure merely nodded, their hood obscuring any further reaction. Below, dwarven horns blared triumphantly as the last shadows dissipated, signaling a momentary reprieve. As the last shadows fled Khazad-dûm, Thalion turned to their mysterious savior, his curiosity piqued. "We could not have held without your aid," he said, extending a hand in gratitude. The figure hesitated before grasping it, revealing gloved hands adorned with intricate embroidery, the mark of a shadow rogue. "I am Kelthus," they murmured, their voice a low rasp, "and I bring tidings from the Lightbringers." Below, dwarves cheered, their voices echoing through the forged city as Alari watched Kelthus with newfound respect. As Khazad-dûm's smokestacks belched fire and smoke into the victorious night, Thalion turned to Kelthus. "What tidings do you bring from the Lightbringers?" he asked, his voice echoing over the cheering dwarves. Alari listened intently, her eyes never leaving their new ally. Kelthus' eyes flickered towards Alari, then back to Thalion. "The Lightbringers have discovered an ancient artifact," they began, their voice barely audible over the din of celebration. "A relic capable of turning the tide against the shadows. But it lies hidden in the treacherous Whispering Woods, guarded by a malevolent force." Alari's heart quickened at the thought of adventure. Who better to navigate such dangers than one who dances with shadows themselves? Thalion mused, clapping Kelthus on the shoulder. "We'll leave at first light." As first light broke over Khazad-dûm, Thalion, Kelthus, and Alari set off towards the Whispering Woods, their hearts heavy with purpose. The journey was fraught with tension, each step echoed with unspoken fears and expectations. The woods are said to whisper secrets to those who listen. Kelthus murmured, their voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. "Let us hope they favor our cause." As they ventured deeper into the Whispering Woods, Thalion noticed Alari's growing unease. Her steps faltered, eyes darting nervously towards the rustling undergrowth. Kelthus, however, moved with unerring confidence, their keen senses attuned to the forest's secrets. "Stay close," they murmured, leading them further into the heart of the woods. Thalion reached out, offering Alari a reassuring smile as he took her hand. Her fingers curled around his, grateful for the comfort. "We'll face whatever comes together," he promised, his voice steady despite the unknown lurking ahead. As they pressed on, Kelthus paused, head tilted as if listening to an inaudible voice. "The artifact's location. It shifts," they whispered, eyes scanning the dense canopy above. Thalion's hand tightened around Thunder's Call, its runes pulsing softly. "Can you track it?" Ilari asked, her voice barely a whisper. Kalthas nodded, their gaze locking onto something unseen. But we must hurry. Whatever guards it, it knows we're here. A twig snapped nearby, echoing like thunder in the silent woods. As Kalthas led them deeper into the woods, Ilari felt an inexplicable connection to the ancient trees, their whispered secrets resonating within her. She reached out, laying a gentle hand on the gnarled bark, and suddenly visions flooded her mind, glimpses of long, forgotten battles, heroes fallen, and legends untold. Ilari? Thalion asked, concern etched into his face as she swayed, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of knowledge. Ah. As Ilari staggered back from her visions, Thalion steadied her. What did you see? He asked gently. She looked at him, her eyes filled with newfound resolve. The artifact. It's not just a weapon. It holds the echoes of ancient battles, the spirits of heroes past. Kalthas nodded solemnly, their gaze never leaving the woods ahead. Then we must retrieve it before darkness claims those whispers forever. Ah. As they pressed on, Kalthas suddenly paused, their senses prickling. We not alone. They hissed, drawing their daggers. Thalion's hand tightened around Thunder's call, its runes flaring brighter as Ilari readied her newfound powers. From the shadows emerged a creature unlike any they'd faced, a twisted amalgamation of wood and thorn, its eyes burning with ancient malice. The Guardian. Kalthas whispered, their voice laced with dread. Thalion stepped forward, Thunder's call held aloft, its runes pulsing with ancient power. We seek not to desecrate your domain, he addressed the Guardian, but to retrieve what lies hidden within, before darkness claims it. The creature's eyes narrowed, assessing them, then spoke in a voice like creaking wood. Prove your worth, mortals, solve my riddle, and I shall grant you passage. Kalthas leaned in, whispering, this could be a trap. Ilari nodded, but Thalion replied, we have no choice. Let us hear the riddle all. Talion's mind raced as he considered the Guardian's riddle. Kalthas watched him, their expression inscrutable, while Ilari chewed her lip, deep in thought. Suddenly, her eyes widened. I know, she whispered. The answer is balance. The Guardian's burning gaze intensified, then slowly nodded. Well spoken, child of the woods. You may pass. As they stepped forward, the twisted creature melted into the forest floor, revealing a hidden path lined with luminescent flowers. Thalion reached out, taking Ilari's hand once more, grateful for her quick wit. Behind them, Kalthas paused, their eyes scanning the now vanished Guardian warily. As they ventured deeper down the glowing path, Ilari felt an inexplicable connection to the woods around her. The trees seemed to lean in as she passed, their leaves rustling like whispers of old tales long forgotten. Kalthas led them with cautious steps, their senses heightened for any signs of danger. The artifact's power, it pulses here, they murmured, eyes scanning the luminescent flora surrounding them. Talion's grip tightened around Thunder's call as he noticed shadows stirring at the edge of his vision. We're not alone, he growled, his voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. Kalthas nodded, drawing their daggers, while Ilari summoned her newfound powers, ready to face whatever emerged from the darkness. As Thalion's words echoed through the woods, shadows surged forth, coalescing into twisted, snarling creatures. Kalthas darted forward, their daggers weaving a deadly dance, while Ilari called upon her connection to the forest, roots erupting from the ground to ensnare the foe. Thalion charged, Thunder's call blazing, its shockwaves sending enemies reeling. As shadows fell before their onslaught, Alari's connection to the woods pulsed stronger. She glanced at Talion, admiration shining in her eyes. "We make quite the team," she said, breathless but smiling. Kalthus paused, their gaze flickering between the duo, an unreadable expression crossing their face. "Indeed," they murmured, before turning back towards the path, leading them deeper into the heart of the woods. As they delved deeper, Alari's connection to the woods grew stronger, guiding them towards the artifact's pulsating heart. Thalion noticed Kalthus lagging behind, their breath ragged despite their agile form. "Are you injured?" he asked, concern etched into his voice. Kalthus hesitated before confessing, "Shadows, they feed on my essence. The more I use my powers, the weaker I grow." Alari's heart ached for their new ally, but Talion remained resolute. "Then we'll make this count," he vowed, gripping Thunder's call tighter. As they approached the pulsating heart of the woods, an enormous tree loomed before them, its gnarled roots entwined with ancient runes that pulsed with power. At its base lay a shimmering artifact, emanating a radiant light that seemed to sing with the echoes of heroes past. Talion's heart pounded as he reached for the artifact, its radiance pulsing against his fingertips. "It's alive," he murmured, awestruck. Alari nodded, her eyes reflecting the same wonder. Kalthus, however, stepped back, their gaze flickering nervously between the trio and the shadows retreating into the woods. "Be cautious, Blade Warden," they warned, voice barely audible over the artifact's hum. "Power like this, it comes at a price." Talion's hand closed around the artifact, its pulsating power surging through him. Behind them, shadows regrouped, growling menacingly as they sensed their prize slipping away. Kalthus turned to face the encroaching darkness, determination etched into their face. "We cannot leave here without a fight," they declared. As Talion clutched the artifact, its power coursing through him, he felt an ancient wisdom, whispering secrets long forgotten. Alari's eyes widened as she sensed the artifact's echoes resonating within her, drawing them closer together in spirit. Meanwhile, Kalthus braced for the inevitable counterattack, their expression inscrutable, revealing nothing of the turmoil brewing inside. As shadows surged forth, Kalthus leapt into action, their daggers dancing with deadly precision. Thalion charged, Thunder's call blazing, while Alari called upon her connection to the woods, roots erupting to ensnare the foe. Together, they fought, their powers harmonizing like a symphony against the cacophony of darkness. As shadows fell before their onslaught, Thalion's gaze met Alari's, gratitude and admiration passing silently between them. Kalthus, however, lagged behind, their breath ragged as they struggled against the artifact's sapping influence. "We must hurry," Thalion urged, gripping the radiant relic tighter. "It's draining us." As Talion and Alari fought back to back, they noticed Kalthus faltering. "We need to get them out of here," Thalion gasped, glancing at their wavering ally. Suddenly, a massive shadow beast lunged towards Kalthus, but before it could strike, an arrow sprouted from its eye socket, dropping it instantly. From the trees emerged a group of forest sentinels, led by a stern-faced elf with a bow in hand. "We heard your call, Blade Warden," she said, nodding at Thalion. With newfound allies at their side, Thalion and Alari fought with renewed vigor, their powers surging as forest sentinels rained arrows upon the shadow horde. Kalthus, however, remained weakened, struggling to keep pace despite their best efforts. With shadows retreating, Thalion turned to Kalthus, concern etched deep. "We must leave this place," he urged, supporting their wavering ally. Alari nodded, her heart aching for their newfound friend. The forest sentinels formed a protective perimeter as the group began their trek back, the artifact's pulsating power a beacon in the night. As they journeyed back through the whispering woods, Alari couldn't help but notice Kalthus' growing weakness. Their steps faltered, and their breath grew shallow, despite the protection offered by Thalion's shield and the forest sentinel's watchful eyes. She reached out, taking Kalthus' hand, offering what comfort she could. "We're almost out," she murmured, her voice soft but steady. Meanwhile, shadows lurked at the edges of their vision, biding their time as the group retreated. Talion's jaw set firm, his grip tightening around Thunder's call and the artifact, determined to see them all safely through. "We'll face whatever comes," he vowed, his eyes meeting Alari's over Kalthus' slumped form. As they approached the clearing's edge, Kalthus' breath hitched sharply, their steps faltering. Thalion and Alari exchanged worried glances before Thalion called out, "We need to rest here." The forest sentinels nodded in agreement, forming a defensive circle around the group as shadows began to encroach once more. As Thalion and Alari laid Kalthus down gently, their breaths shallow and rapid, Thalion's heart pounded with concern. "We need to stabilize them," he urged, his gaze flickering between Kalthus and the encroaching shadows. Alari nodded, her hands already glowing with healing light. "I'll do what I can," she vowed, placing her palms on Kalthus' forehead. As Alari's healing light bathed Kalthus, their breath steadied slightly, yet shadows continued to close in around them. Thalion stood resolute, Thunder's call blazing, ready to face whatever approached. "We'll need to move soon," he warned, eyes scanning the encroaching darkness. You said, as Thalion spoke. A chilling wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing Alari's healing light and plunging them into temporary darkness. When vision returned, Kalthus was gone, leaving behind only scattered footprints leading deeper into the woods. Thalion's heart pounded with alarm as he knelt, examining the prints. "They've been taken," he growled, gripping Thunder's call tighter. Alari joined him, her eyes reflecting his urgency. "But why, and by whom?" she asked, her voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. Talion's mind raced as he pieced together the scattered footprints. They were taken by someone, or something, that moves silently and swiftly. Alari's eyes widened. Could it be the shadows themselves? As they pondered their next move, a sudden, chilling whisper echoed through the clearing. "Join us, mortals. The artifact is ours by right." Thalion's grip tightened around Thunder's call, its runes pulsing ominously. Talion's eyes narrowed as he scanned the shadows, seeking their elusive captor. "We'll not let them have Kelthus," he vowed, gripping Thunder's call and the artifact tightly. Alari nodded, determination etched into her face. "But first, we must find where they've been taken." The forest sentinels exchanged worried glances before their leader spoke up. "The Whispering Woods are treacherous at nightfall. We should rest and regroup before venturing deeper." "Ah." Talion and Alari agreed to rest briefly before venturing further into the woods. As they prepared their makeshift camp, Thalion's gaze remained fixed on the shadows, his mind racing with strategies. Meanwhile, Alari tended to their injured allies, her heart heavy with concern for Kelthus' mysterious abductor. As twilight deepened, so did the wood's sinister whispers, urging them onward. "We must find Kelthus before it's too late," Talion urged, packing up their scant provisions. Alari nodded, her eyes reflecting his urgency. "But we should stay together. The woods are treacherous enough without losing one another." As they ventured deeper into the Whispering Woods, guided by the mysterious footprints and chilling whispers, Thalion's grip tightened around Thunder's call. Its runes pulsed ominously in rhythm with his pounding heart. Alari walked beside him, her eyes scanning the shadows warily. "Do you think Kelthus is still alive?" she asked softly. Thalion hesitated before replying. "I have to believe it. Until we find their body, there's hope." Behind them, forest sentinels followed cautiously, arrows trained on the shifting darkness. As they followed the mysterious footprints, Thalion's heart pounded with each step, his grip tightening around Thunder's call. Alari walked beside him, her eyes scanning the shadows warily. "Do you think we're being led into a trap?" she asked softly. Before them, the woods thinned out, revealing an ominous path leading to an ancient, crumbling temple bathed in moonlight. Thalion paused, considering their next move. "We must proceed carefully," he murmured, his gaze fixed on the temple's towering entrance. Behind them, forest sentinels exchanged worried glances, their arrows trained on the shifting darkness. Zoo. As they approached the temple's entrance, Thalion noticed ancient runes etched into its stone facade. He recognized them from his studies, wards meant to keep intruders out. "We should be cautious," he warned Alari and the sentinels. Inside, the air was thick with dust and decay, yet also an undercurrent of raw power. A faint glow emanated from deep within, beckoning them further. As they ventured deeper into the temple, Thalion's grip tightened around Thunder's call. Its runes pulsed ominously in rhythm with his pounding heart. Alari walked beside him, her eyes scanning the shadows warily. "Do you think Calthus is still alive?" she asked softly. Thalion hesitated before replying. "I have to believe it. Until we find their body, there's hope." Behind them, forest sentinels followed cautiously, arrows trained on the shifting darkness. As they approached the temple's inner sanctum, Thalion noticed an eerie stillness, as if the very air held its breath. Alari paused beside him, her eyes wide with apprehension. "Do you feel that?" she whispered, reaching out to grip his arm. Behind them, forest sentinels readied their bows, arrows trained on the shadows that seemed to recoil from the temple's power. Thalion nodded gravely, his hand tightening around Thunder's call. "Stay close," he urged, stepping forward into the sanctum. Inside, a radiant light emanated from an ancient pedestal at its heart, casting long shadows that danced macabrely across crumbling walls adorned with faded murals. As they approached the pedestal, Thalion's breath hitched. There, bound by twisted roots, was Calthus, their eyes closed, face pale. Behind them, shadows churned menacingly. "We're too late," Alari gasped, her voice echoing in the silent chamber. Thalion shook his head, determination burning in his gaze. "Not yet." He stepped forward, Thunder's call blazing, and began to sever the roots binding their ally. As Thalion severed the last root binding Calthus, they gasped, their eyes fluttering open. Behind them, shadows surged menacingly. "We must leave now," Thalion urged, helping Calthus down from the pedestal. Alari nodded, her hands glowing with healing light as she tended to their injured ally. Forest sentinels formed a protective perimeter, arrows trained on the encroaching darkness. With Calthus' rescue complete, Thalion and Alari hurried towards the temple's exit, their hearts pounding in sync with the artifact's pulsating power. The forest sentinels flanked them, arrows trained on the shadows that now seethed with fury. As they stepped out into the night, a chorus of whispers echoed through the woods. "You shall not escape us, mortals." Behind them, the temple trembled ominously, its ancient stones groaning as if pained by their departure. As they emerged from the temple, Thalion and Alari paused, taking stock of their surroundings. The whispering woods seemed quieter, as if holding its breath. Calthus leaned heavily on them, their eyes scanning the shadows warily. "We must find a safe place to regroup," Thalion murmured, his gaze fixed on a distant glow indicating civilization. Forest sentinels nodded in agreement, their arrows still trained on the encroaching darkness. As they journeyed towards the distant glow, Thalion and Alari supported Calthus, who grew weaker by the moment. Forest sentinels maintained their defensive formation, arrows at the ready against the shadows that seemed to follow their every move. "We must push on," Thalion urged, his gaze fixed on the faint light ahead, "before our pursuers gain strength." Alari nodded, her heart heavy with concern for Calthus, who leaned heavily upon them. Suddenly, a chorus of whispers echoed through the woods. "Turn back, mortals. Your journey ends here." Behind them, the temple rumbled ominously, its ancient stones groaning as if warning of impending collapse. As they pressed on, Calthas grew increasingly weak, their breaths shallow and labored. Thalian's heart pounded with concern as he glanced at Alari, who nodded grimly, her hands glowing with healing light. "We must find shelter soon," she urged, her voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. Behind them, shadows churned menacingly, their whispers growing louder and more insistent. Suddenly, a chorus of howls echoed through the woods, sending shivers down their spines. Calthas' eyes widened, recognition flickering within. "Wargs," they whispered, their voice barely audible. Thalian's grip tightened around Thunder's call, its runes pulsing ominously in sync with his pounding heart. "We need to find cover, now." Before them, a dense thicket offered potential refuge, but the path was narrow and treacherous. With newfound urgency, Thalian and Alari helped Calthas into the dense thicket, forest sentinels covering their retreat. The howls grew louder, closer, as unseen predators homed in on their scent. "We must split up," Thalian urged. "Draw them away while we find a safe place for Calthas." Alari nodded reluctantly, her heart heavy with concern for their ally and the impending separation. T. As Thalian and Alari helped Calthas deeper into the thicket, they encountered an unexpected obstacle, a hidden pit, its edges lined with sharpened spikes. Calthas gasped, their eyes flickering with pain as they leaned against Thalian for support. "We must be cautious," Thalian warned, his gaze scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. Behind them, forest sentinels readied their bows, arrows trained on the encroaching darkness. With Calthas' weight growing heavier on them, Thalian and Alari navigated the treacherous thicket, their hearts pounding in sync with the artifact's pulsating power. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, snatching one of the forest sentinels, their agonized scream piercing the night. "We must hurry," Thalian urged, his grip tightening around Thunder's call as they pushed deeper into the thicket. Behind them, shadows churned hungrily, anticipating the kill. "Lel Su said." As they stumbled onwards, Alari's foot snagged on a root, sending her sprawling. Calthas collapsed beside her, their breaths shallow and rapid. Thalian paused, his heart pounding with concern as he reached out a hand to help them up. "We must keep moving," he urged, his gaze scanning the shadows warily. Suddenly, a chorus of whispers echoed through the woods. As Alari struggled to her feet, Calthas' hand tightened around hers, their eyes meeting in a moment of silent understanding. Behind them, Thalian stood vigilant, Thunder's call blazing as he watched shadows dance menacingly. "We must press on," he urged, helping them both up. Suddenly, a chorus of whispers echoed through the woods. "Turn back, mortals. Your journey ends here." Before them, an ominous darkness seemed to coalesce, hinting at a formidable barrier. As Thalian, Alari, and Calthas faced the impassable darkness, Thalian's grip tightened around Thunder's call, its runes pulsing ominously. "We won't turn back," he vowed, determination burning in his gaze. Behind them, forest sentinels nocked their arrows, ready to face whatever emerged from the shadows. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the darkness, an ancient woman, her eyes glowing with otherworldly power. "I am the guardian of these woods," she intoned, her voice echoing through the thicket. "You may pass if you answer my riddle. What has roots that nobody sees, is taller than trees. Up, up it goes, and yet never grows." Talion's mind raced as he considered the riddle. Calthas leaned weakly against Alari, their eyes scanning the ancient woman warily. "A mountain," Talion answered confidently, recalling his studies on dwarven lore. The woman nodded solemnly, her form dissolving into the shadows, revealing a hidden path illuminated by soft moonlight. As they ventured forth, the barrier melted away, leaving behind an eerie stillness. "We must keep moving," Thalion urged, helping Calthas along the winding trail. Behind them, forest sentinels followed cautiously, their arrows at the ready against any lingering shadows. "Oh." As they pressed on, the woods thinned out, revealing a hidden village nestled in a valley below. Thalion's heart leapt at the sight of civilization. Yet caution tempered his optimism as he noticed shadowy figures moving among the dwellings. "We must approach carefully," he warned, helping Calthas down the steep incline. Alari nodded, her eyes scanning the village warily. Behind them, forest sentinels nocked their arrows, ready for any sudden threats. "Ah!" As they approached the village, Thalion noticed the shadowy figures pausing, their attention turning towards the newcomers. He nudged Alari and Calthas to slow down. "We need to proceed cautiously," he murmured. The ancient woman seemed to sense their unease, her form materializing beside them. "Do not fear, mortals. These are my children, bound by shadows yet serving the light." Behind them, forest sentinels exchanged confused glances, their arrows still trained warily. "Us." As they stepped into the village, Thalion noticed its inhabitants were not merely bound by shadows, but seemed to embrace them, their eyes reflecting an ethereal glow. The ancient woman led them to a modest dwelling, her form melting away as they entered. Inside, Calthas collapsed onto a bed, their breaths shallow and rapid. Alari turned to Thalion, concern etched into her face. "We must find a way to heal them fully." Behind them, forest sentinels stood sentinel, their arrows trained on the shadows that seemed to lurk menacingly at the door. "Ah." Talion and Alari tended to Calthas, their expressions grave as they examined the artifact, clutched in the shadow Rog's weakening grasp. Behind them, forest sentinels stood sentinel, their arrows trained on the shadows that seemed to press against the dwelling's walls. "We must find a way to heal not just Calthas, but also this ancient power," Alari murmured, her eyes reflecting the artifact's pulsating glow. With Calthus stabilized, Thalion turned to their mysterious hosts. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice echoing through the dwelling. An ethereal presence materialized before them, its eyes glowing with ancient wisdom. "We are the Umbral Guardians," it replied, "bound to protect these woods and the balance between light and dark." Behind them, forest sentinels lowered their bows, sensing no threat. As Talion and Alari tended to Calthus, they noticed the artifact's pulsating light dimming. "Its power. It's fading." Alari gasped, concern etched into her face. Behind them, forest sentinels exchanged worried glances. "We must find a way to stabilize both Calthus and the artifact before it's too late," Thalion urged. As Alari's hands glowed with healing light, Calthus' breath steadied slightly. Thalion turned to their mysterious host, determination burning in his gaze. "We need your help," he said, holding up the fading artifact. Behind them, forest sentinels watched warily as shadows seemed to recoil from the Umbral Guardian's presence. As Alari's healing light enveloped Calthus, their breaths grew steadier. However, the artifact's pulsating glow continued to dim, casting worried shadows on their faces. Behind them, forest sentinels exchanged anxious whispers, their arrows trained on the encroaching darkness outside. Iteration count 70. As Alari's healing light bathed Calthus, their breaths grew steadier, but the artifact's pulsating glow continued to fade. Thalion turned to their mysterious host, determination burning in his gaze. "We need your help," he said, holding up the dimming artifact. Behind them, forest sentinels watched warily as shadows seemed to recoil from the Umbral Guardian's presence. With Calthus stabilized and the artifact's glow fading, Thalion turned to their ethereal host. "We need your help," he said, presenting the dimming relic. Behind them, forest sentinels watched warily as shadows seemed to recoil from the Umbral Guardian's presence. Soon, As Talion presented the fading artifact, the Umbral Guardian nodded solemnly. "I understand your plight," they murmured, their form shimmering as shadows seemed to recede from their presence. Alari turned to Kalthus, her heart swelling with hope as their breaths grew stronger under her healing light. As Alari's healing light bathed Kalthus, their breaths grew steadier, and the Umbral Guardian accepted the fading artifact. However, Talion noticed shadows creeping back in from the windows, whispering ominously. "Our reprieve may be temporary," he warned, his gaze fixed on the encroaching darkness. "Ah." As Kalthus regained consciousness under Alari's healing light, Talion noticed shadows creeping back in from the windows. The Umbral Guardian, now clutching the fading artifact, seemed to sense their unease. "We must leave this place," they urged, their form shimmering as if preparing for action. Behind them, forest sentinels readied their bows, arrows trained on the encroaching darkness. As Kalthus recovered under Alari's healing light, Talion noticed shadows creeping back in from the windows. The Umbral Guardian, now clutching the fading artifact, urged, "We must leave this place." Forest sentinels readied their bows as shadows whispered menacingly around the home. As Kalthus recovered under Alari's healing light, Talion noticed shadows creeping back in from the windows. The Umbral Guardian, now clutching the fading artifact, urged, "We must leave this place." Forest sentinels readied their bows as shadows whispered menacingly around the home. As Kalthus regained consciousness under Alari's healing light, Talion noticed shadows creeping back in from the windows. The Umbral Guardian, now clutching the fading artifact, urged, "We must leave this place." Forest sentinels readied their bows as shadows whispered menacingly around the home. With Kalthas recovered and the artifact's glow fading, Thalion turned to their ethereal host. "We need your help," he said, presenting the dimming relic. Behind them, forest sentinels watched warily as shadows seemed to recoil from the umbral guardian's presence. As Alari's healing light bathed Kalthas, their breaths grew steadier, and the artifact's glow flickered weakly. Thalion turned to their ethereal host, determination burning in his gaze. "We need your help," he said, presenting the dimming relic. Behind them, forest sentinels stood sentinel, arrows trained on encroaching shadows that whispered ominously around the dwelling. As Kalthas recovered under Alari's healing light, Thalion noticed shadows creeping back in from the windows. The umbral guardian, now clutching the fading artifact, urged, "We must leave this place." Forest sentinels readied their bows as shadows whispered menacingly around the home. As Kalthas recovered under Alari's healing light, Thalion noticed shadows creeping back in from the windows. The umbral guardian, now clutching the fading artifact, urged, "We must leave this place." Forest sentinels readied their bows as shadows whispered menacingly around the home. As Kalthas recovered under Alari's healing light, Thalion noticed shadows creeping back in from the windows. The umbral guardian, now clutching the fading artifact, urged, "We must leave this place before darkness consumes it." Forest sentinels readied their bows as shadows whispered menacingly around the home, coalescing into tendrils that seemed to beckon them towards an ominous fate. With Kalthas recovered and the artifact's glow fading, Thalion turned to their ethereal host. "We need your help," he said, presenting the dimming relic. Behind them, forest sentinels watched warily as shadows seemed to recoil from the umbral guardian's presence. Suddenly, a chorus of whispers echoed through the dwelling. "You shall not leave here alive." Shadows coalesced into tendrils that reached for Kalthas, their touch sapping what little strength they'd regained. In the heart of the elven forest of Eldholt, under an ancient bough where dappled light danced, forest sentinel Eland whispered secrets to her companion. "The shadows stir, Cal," she murmured, her eyes reflecting the forest's worry. Cal, a blade warden with scars earned in battles unknown, tightened his grip on his sword. "Then we must hasten our warning to King Thorn." As they broke into a run, the forest seemed to mourn their departure, branches swaying like arms reaching out for help. As Kyle and Elend burst into the human kingdom's courtyard, King Thorn, a man whose beard was as gray as his reign, looked up from his parchment-laden table. His eyes, hardened by years of rule, softened at the sight of Elenda. "What tidings do you bring from Eldholt?" he asked, his voice a deep rumble like distant thunder. Kale stepped forward, his chest heaving from their hurried journey. "My lord, the shadows. They're moving." Thorn's jaw tightened, and he turned to the mystic scribe standing by the window, her fingers dancing over an open tome. "Alara rose our allies. We ride at dawn. Under the silver gaze of the crescent moon, Cal and Elend joined King Thorn's procession as it snaked through the kingdom's gates. The air was thick with tension, torches cast long, dancing shadows, whispering secrets only the night could hear. As they approached Eldholt's border, Alara rode up beside them, her eyes reflecting the urgency of their mission. "The forest spirits speak of a darkness that even they cannot understand," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. A cold wind swept through them, as if the very air mourned the impending storm. As Thorn's army entered Eldholt, Cal felt the forest's unease prickle his skin. Elende, riding beside him, nodded grimly. "The shadows, they're not just moving, they're hunting." Alara, her eyes scanning ancient runes in her tome, urged, "Hurry. We must find its source before it consumes us all." The forest around them seemed to hold its breath as they pressed on. As Thorn's army advanced deeper into Eldholt, an unnatural stillness fell upon the forest. Elendi, her senses attuned to the wood's heartbeat, whispered, "The creatures, they've fled." Cal's grip tightened on his sword as he scanned the silent trees, a chill running down his spine. Alara, her nose buried in her tome, suddenly looked up, eyes wide. "We're too late. The darkness has found its heart." Gah. In the forest's heart, Cal felt an ancient power pulse resonating through his bones. Elenda's face paled as she whispered, "The darkness. It's alive." Alara, her eyes glazed from arcane vision, pointed towards a sinister vortex swirling ahead. "Thir, that is its lair."